We are now live, so welcome to day 2 of the We Are One Festival 2020. It's great to have you with us today. If you weren't with us yesterday, welcome. If you were with us yesterday, well done in being here again today. Big thank you to Ewan Hood and Alistair Minty, who earlier on, as a kind of special extra to the programme at 2 o'clock, featured in the Tuesday Talks series from In Control Scotland. Ewan is so articulate about his experience as a person with autism. So that was a great wee chat between Ewan and Alistair. And our theme today is the theme of life, one of the 7 keys to citizenship, and we'll be saying a wee bit more about that in the course of the next half hour. Our job for the next half hour is really just to give you a wee introduction to the festival and to what lies ahead today.
Before we there's an echo there. Sorry about that. Before we go forward, I was just thinking maybe we should introduce ourselves, John.
Okay, you introduce me, I'll introduce you.
Okay, so this is wrong. I'm always doing that. This this man here is John Dalrymple, and he is my business partner and work partner in terms of the organisation that we set up, which is Radical Visions, and has been working in social care and the voluntary sector and social work for more than 40 years, and brings massive experience to everything that we do.
And my colleague here, I won't even try and point in the right direction, is Frances Brown. We've worked together for 25 years at least. We met in the corridors of Lennox Castle Hospital when we were helping folk to leave there, and we've worked in various capacities together since. Frances is the ACE, person-centred planning person in this team. So that's who we are. So.
And we are together Radical Visions.
We are.
It's an organisation that we set up a few years ago, and Radical Visions, I suppose, has got quite a leading role within the festival itself. I think somebody somewhere, probably a man called Simon Duffy, it usually is, set us a challenge and said, well, this would be a really interesting thing to do, and we could start that. So we did. We took that idea up, and we started to run with that. And it's we had our first festival last year, and that was an actual festival where people could come along and be together and see each other and share the experience. And it was a massive learning curve. We managed to bring in lots of diverse organisations and people, and certainly for us, I suppose, as Radical Visions, the reason for doing the festival and is in terms of why it's important is because it's about our bigger vision as an organisation. It's about how can we influence the bigger picture and our society in general with some of the values that we really hold dear. So the festival itself is really about promoting inclusion. It's about campaigning for social justice. It's about celebrating diversity, and you'll see we speak a lot about a world where everyone matters without exception, and that's really what we're trying to achieve here throughout the whole of the festival here. Last year we managed to actually take the festival into we got lots of buy-in from various pubs and venues in Glasgow, like Mono and the Clutha, and we had a main event as well. But we took the festival to the public, and so folk were at the festival and didn't even know, which was brilliant. And we had a lot of really positive feedback from the festival last year. However, we've also then had COVID-19.
Yeah. So you might be interested in seeing a wee film from last year's festival.
For that now, just give people a flavour of the festival last year, and hopefully where it'll be again next year, but even bigger and better.
Yeah. So just
Are you still on?
Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. I am one, you are two. We are here to be and do. A lonely bell will tear the eye. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. The moon comes down and lifts the wave, also the way that we behave. Girls will dance, soldiers will cry. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall, the wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky.
Okay. Okay, so that goes into the bloopers. There will be some bloopers, I'm sure, by the end of the whole festival. But that was actually a song that we were going to play a bit later on by George. George
Jaworski. You've muted yourself.
Sorry about that. You could just pick it up when I'm quiet. You just speak. That's what you usually do, John. Don't behave any differently today.
You've muted yourself.
I muted myself. I know. I do apologise. So, yeah. So George has written that song. It's called "We Are One." He's been amazing in letting us use that throughout the festival as a song that connects with the festival. And we also wanted to just say it's George's birthday today. He has a big 70th birthday today. So we want to give him a big shout out, and also just a massive appreciation for allowing us to use that song, because the lyrics, I think, fit really well with what We Are One's about.
So yeah, George is in distinguished company. He's sharing his 70th birthday this year with the likes of Stevie Wonder, Sir Kenny Dalglish, and Julie Walters. So what a generation of people. Yeah. Thank you to George for that.
Okay, brilliant. So we were talking about the festival last year, really, and why we started the festival in the first place, and some of the values that underpin that. One of the things that that obviously we plan to do is to carry on having a festival this year and into the future, and we do want to continue to do that. However, obviously with COVID-19, what it's meant is that we've had to rethink everything. And I think at first we thought we probably wouldn't be able to have the festival this year. However, we have learned together a great deal, and came together with other organisations and it became bigger and better and international this year, even though we're being in lockdown, and we're all as a virtual festival. So we're partnered with No Labels, No Walls, and that's in Helsinki, and it's in Los Angeles, and I think there's over 10 countries contributing various content and music to the festival over the 6 days of the festival. So I think it's also important to say the festival started yesterday. Anything that was on yesterday in the programme, you will be able to find on Facebook. I think if you go there, it will still be there. So if there is things that you think, oh, I would really like to have seen that, then it would be good if you can go and watch what's already available. The other thing to say is that the festival is on every day, but check the agenda for each day, the programme for each day, and see what you fancy dipping in and out of. Have a look at some of the stuff maybe you wouldn't normally go to. If you like music and that's where you would normally go, think about some of the other things that's available, and go and find something that you're curious about and go and enjoy that. And I suppose what we would say is just check the timings. Most of the days they're the same, but there's some music which is on late on Friday and Saturday night. There's the Electronic Glasgow and Stay Up Late on Saturday night. So remember and look out for that. So we've gone virtual, which is, and we're learning how to do it. So we're hoping that you'll forgive us if some of the tech stuff isn't as good as we would hope it to be. Yesterday went brilliantly. We had some amazing content. So and I watched it all day. I was number one fan, apparently. I was chatting up. But some of you guys might have a life, and you might have other things to do. We understand that, but what we'd really like you to do is to, if you're involved and you think you're enjoying it, let other people know, get them along to the festival, because there's lots and lots of content between now and Saturday that people can get involved in. John, do you want to talk about the 7 keys?
Yeah, so what is this festival all about? The Citizen Festival, as it's called across the whole of the different countries that Francis was describing there, it comes out of Citizen Network, which is a kind of worldwide movement for folks trying to create better conditions for social justice in the various countries that they live in. And one of the underpinning concepts behind Citizen Network is this thing of the 7 keys to citizenship, which Simon Duffy wrote a book about. And but these are very fundamental things that are common to everyone's life, the sort of thing that everyone needs if he or she is going to be a proper, fully engaged, valued citizen. And those themes are the themes of money. Everyone needs some money to get by, and hopefully enough money to get by. Second one is life. Everyone needs a full, diverse, active life in order to be properly engaged. Everyone needs a sense of purpose, the third of the keys. Otherwise, life can be pretty drab and dreary and boring. Everyone needs help. None of us are independent, whatever age we're at, what stage of life we're at. We all need help from other people. Some people need a bit more than other folk, but that's just the way life is. The fifth of the keys is freedom. That's a kind of William Wallace thing, but it's also about having your human rights respected and observed, and being able to determine your own way through life. Home is a really important one of the keys. Everyone needs a place to live and a place to call their own, where they can be secure and happy and relaxed and at ease. You're able to put your feet up, just as we're doing today. And it's amazing how many people can't say that they have a home of their own. And finally, everyone needs love. And that's the 7 keys to citizenship. So that's what the whole festival is based on, is everyone having full access to these different keys to the things that make life good.
Yeah. Really important. Why am I getting feedback? Sorry. Is that better?
I think so.
Tell me if it's not good. Okay, sorry. I'm just saying it's very important that we remember that at this time in particular, those values and when we set the festival up, that was before COVID-19, but everything does feel even more important. The message has never been more important, I suppose, that we need to actually come together as a society. So that's what the festival's all about. It's about sharing our, finding what we connected by. There's more connected than separates us, and really finding those connections and really understanding that we're all entitled to those same basic rights, really. And so.
Yeah, we should say hello today to our back room colleagues.
Yeah, that would be good.
Liam Simpson and David Douglas, and they're giving us the nod that we are now able to take a look at last year's festival on film. So we could maybe just move to that.
We could do that. That would be a good idea. Let's do that. Right, that'll just come on in a wee second. There we go. No, that's
nope.
not. That's not. You still, John? You've gone.
Yeah, that was my fault, not anyone else's. And I'm left entirely on my own here.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Listen, I just want to say, did you make sure there was gin in this? Whoever's in the green room, can I get some?
That was entirely my fault, not anyone else's on that occasion. So I think we'll maybe dispense with too much more of films at the moment.
Yeah.
Francis, you were going to say a wee bit about the highlights of the festival, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a festival which is just, we can't believe, I think, the various artists that have given up their time, the amount and quality and standard that we're seeing yesterday, even just as the first day, was just really exciting. And there are some highlights in terms of music that it's too difficult for me, because I not want to leave people out. But I think it's, in terms of people that you might have heard of, one of the big headliners, Nigel Clark, who is the lead singer from the song Dodgy, and that they had a number of top 40 hits, and Good Enough is one of those. I would start to sing it, but you might switch off, so I'm not going to do that. Tom Ury, who's a Glasgow musician, actor. He was probably best known for playing Bob in Big Bob in River City. I was a fan, and his contribution's really creative and excellent contribution. So look out for that. King of Birds we've got later in the week. They're a really, really interesting band. Today we've got Zoe, and we'll tell you a wee bit more just before she comes on. Her part comes on, but Zoe's from Australia, and she's an award-winning country singer. We've got also some really interesting contributions. John always calls this serious fun. That's stuck with me, because obviously the message is serious, but what we want you to do throughout this festival is have fun. And most of the people that are contributing are doing it because they believe in these keys to citizenship. They believe in the messages that we're sharing really as a community. So some of it is quite serious as well, and there's some serious conversations to be had, I think, particularly now. And John, you're going to be talking to Dr. Simon Duffy and Dr. Donald McCaskill. Want to maybe just say a couple of words about that, if they're seen before I move on? Yeah. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Tomorrow evening, in a couple of half-hour chunks, there'll be a live debate and discussion with Simon and Donald. Donald's the Chief Executive Officer of Scottish Care, and Simon heads up the Centre for Welfare Reform. And I'm going to be encouraging them to share their views on where we're at in the world of social care as we reach this stage of the COVID crisis. What sort of things they've concluded, what sort of lessons they've learned for the future. And they'll maybe have similar perspectives on some things and maybe different perspectives on others. So it should be an interesting and lively discussion. Donald has been all over social media and other media in Scotland throughout the COVID.
Last night, John.
Was he on last night again? Was he? Yeah. So it's great. It's great that he's able to give up the time and join us tomorrow night. And so, if you can.
And some of the other, I mean, again, this is just to give you a taste of some of the people that have given up the time now involved. We've got Michael Byrne and he's going to be talking about trauma and mental health issues. His story is something that he's prepared to share. It's very difficult to listen to, but really, really massive, important message. And he was involved in the festival last year, so he's been a really great support to the festival. Fionathan, you might have seen Fionathan if you joined us yesterday, and they were talking about some of the work that they've been doing and also playing music yesterday. But they've got a number of different inputs over the week, and they've got a film next week where they are asking people basically what's important in their life, really, what makes them happy, and that is definitely one to watch. Dates and Mates, we've got Soul Food Sisters, we've got lots and lots of really interesting contributions that if you are thinking, I don't really know what that is, go and have a look. I think it's really be curious is probably the advice I would give you, and have a look at what's on offer. And the idea, I suppose, is to learn something, get involved, make a connection. And on the basis of that, what I want to say is, don't leave us alone here today. You can talk to us in the comments part. So what you need to do is just let us know what you're thinking, where you're from, how you've joined us. What is it that you're enjoying about the day, and get involved, talk to each other, talk to us, and yeah, that would be really good if you do that. That would really help. I think all of us connect, which is what this is really all about. John, is there anything I've missed? Because we've probably only got a few minutes, really.
Yeah. No, that's great. I was just wanting to do a name check for some organisations and some people that we need to thank. So, in no particular order other than alphabetical, In Control Scotland. Big thanks to Keith and to June. To Electronic Glasgow, to Public Eye, to Radical Visions, who are they? To Unity Enterprise, to Values into Action Scotland. The whole VIAS team has really been a big help behind the scenes in preparation. Neighbourhood Networks have sponsored us. Enable Scotland have sponsored us. The Belgian beer brand Primus has sponsored us. And we're also grateful to Marcus in Kukunori and Michael in Strindberg Laboratory. That's the Helsinki and Los Angeles legs of the festival. Big thanks to all of them. We owe a particular debt of thanks to Sonia Busher in Values into Action Scotland for actually having a film to show you later on this evening. So we're just really grateful to all these people. So I think those are the main people that we need to thank and acknowledge for yesterday, for today, and for the rest of the week.
Yeah. So we just about ready 4 minutes.
Yeah. So we should maybe just say a wee bit about the programme for the rest of the afternoon and evening. We have country singer Zoe coming up at 5 o'clock. We have a really interesting conversation at 5:30 with a chap called John Dickinson Lilly, who's an Olympic downhill blind ski racer, but also a man who came out as gay, or he, as he says in the film, was found out as gay. And so it's a really interesting conversation, 5:30.
That's a conversation with Leap Sports.
Yep. And the Leap Sports are one of our partners, especially from last year. We have more music at 6 o'clock from a wee Glasgow band called LP. And then at 6:30, we have Danielle Farrell and Michael McEwen with part 2 of their really interesting conversation about their experiences as disabled people growing up and moving into the world of work and finding all sorts of barriers placed in their way. So the second half is really interesting as it gets involved. It starts to look at why people with such accomplishments find it tricky to actually obtain regular, properly salaried work. And at 7 o'clock, we'll show you our little production from Radical Visions, centred on issues around things like self-directed support and how people are helped to navigate that system, but with other bits and pieces in there from the deinstitutionalization story. So that's it. And then at 7:30, we've got The Life I Want, which is a project. Francis, can I get a word in edgeways here? The Life I Want, 7:30, and that's a story about people with disabilities and their access to relationships. We've said in the 7 keys that love is such an important thing, and they'll be having a look at that. So a jam-packed programme for the afternoon, and you'll be glad that you don't have to listen to too much more of Francis and I.
There's only wee bits in between, so hopefully we should. We're kicking off though with Young Scotland's Got Talent, and I think it's important to say that we have a film every day. They had an event and there's a film shown every day, which is just it's actually focusing on young people with learning disabilities and autism who were working during lockdown, which I think is really, and it's also very much about how do people get access to work. It's one of the major things that people struggle with in reality. So that's going to be on first, and then we've got a century story from Pamis. And that today's one is quite a short one. Yesterday was a bit longer, but again, those things are on every day. And I think if you haven't seen yesterday's, or you can dip in and see them, and so that you can get the whole story, for instance, of the Young Scotland's Talent from each day. So we're going to be starting that now. I think the Young Scotland's Got Talent. We're ready to go. We'll see you.
Young Scotland's Got Talent was set up in 2010 to lobby for better employment support for young people with learning disabilities or autism who want to work. Since then, we have delivered over 20 inspirational events throughout Scotland. On 29th July, we held our first online Young Scotland's Got Talent to honour young people with additional needs who have been working on the front line during lockdown. This video features a workshop delivered by Scottish Commission for Learning Disability called Essential Skills and Qualities for Employment.
Yeah, so people might know me already, but my name is Cameron Smith, and I'm the Events and Information Assistant for the Scottish Commission for People with Learning Disabilities. I'm here with my colleague Linda Mitchell, who is SLD's Partnership and Development Manager. We're really pleased to be taking part in the Young Scotland Got Talent online event. We're going to talk to you about employment for young people with learning disabilities. So the plan for today is we'll talk to you a little bit about what about SLD and what we do. We want to tell you about what a learning disability is, and we want to challenge some of the myths that you might have about employing with a young person with a learning disability, but we'll do all that together. I'm going to be sharing my own story about getting a job and progression in my career. This will give you some handy hints and tips on learning disabilities in the workplace, and then hopefully you'll all be listening because we'll be finishing with a short. You'll hear from me later, so I'm going to hand over to Linda now.
Thanks, Cameron. And I have to say that Cameron is the star of this workshop. My input here is going to be short and brief. But we thought it would be important to tell you a little bit about the Scottish Commission for People with Learning Disabilities for those of you who don't know us. We do shorten it to SCLD because our full title is quite a mouthful. So SCLD's vision is very much for a fairer Scotland where people with learning disabilities lead full, safe, loving and equal lives. And that is a big aspiration. What helps us to make that a reality for people with learning disabilities living and working in Scotland is the Keys to Life. And the Keys to Life is Scotland's learning disability strategy. It was launched in 2013. And basically the Keys to Life is a big plan on how we make Scotland a better place for people with learning disabilities to live and work. 52 recommendations were in the Keys to Life. So 52 things on your to-do list is quite a lot. And we have been working over the past couple of years on something called an implementation plan that really focuses on key areas. Cameron, I'll get you to. So there are 4 themes within the recent implementation plan: well-being, living, learning and working. Now, one of the crucial things about the work we do is we do not do this alone. In every part of our work, we talk to people with learning disabilities, we consult with people with learning disabilities about all the areas of people's lives that are important. And without exception, in every consultation event and in every engagement event, and of all the people that we talk to, many people with learning disabilities always talk about wanting to work, the importance of having a job, the challenges around getting a job and keeping a job. And it's the voice of people with learning disabilities that shapes Keys to Life and our direction forward. So the 4 themes that we are currently working on have been led by people with learning disabilities about the areas that are most important in their lives. And we all know that having a job, will impact on our well-being, will impact on the way we live, and will impact on our learning. So these 4 themes are not standalone, they all interlink. Another thing that I should say is that all the work of SCLD is underpinned by evidence, and evidence is really, really important. We need the evidence to be able to influence the change makers in the world of employment. So we need to be able to have real strong facts about the employment rate, about the challenges around the employment agenda. For learning, it might interest you to know that when young people with learning disabilities leave school, 52% of young people with learning disabilities go on to college as a destination. 52%, that's more than double the average for people leaving school. And part of the work that we are doing with our employment colleagues just now is looking at what happens when young people finish college. What is it that we need to put in place to allow that jump into employment to happen? And we're working very closely with our further education colleagues and colleagues in employment to really look at that and how we can make that better and make those outcomes better for people with learning disabilities at that particular point. One of the things that I would like to highlight today for any young people who are about to leave school is the Independent Living Fund Scotland. ILF Scotland have a transitions fund, and this transitions fund is available to young people aged 16 to 25 who are living with a disability. The fund can offer up to £7,500 to young people at that point of leaving school for 1 year. And the idea behind that is that young people can use that money to have new experiences, to really shape maybe their thoughts about what they want to do in terms of getting a job. So the kind of activities are around building confidence and giving new experiences and hopefully improving independence. So the fund can be used for things that are very particular to each individual person, but it might be art lessons, it could be music, it could be learning new technology, it could be joining a club or a class. But it's a really, really important fund that I don't think very many people are aware of, and it gives you that chance to experience new things that might really shape the decisions you make for your future career. Working is extremely important. We know that. That's why we're here today. That's what Young Scotland's Got Talent is all about. It's all about, you know, the jobs that are out there, you know, and the art of the possible. And maybe today you will hear from people like Cameron, you know, and you might think, oh, I never thought about doing that particular job. And it might open up, you know, new avenues for you to think about and explore. And that's what we hope. But you heard from Charlie earlier. Cameron, can I get you to change the slide? You heard from Charlie, who is the Chief Executive of the Scottish Commission for People with Learning Disabilities. And Charlie highlighted in his keynote speech the employment rate for people with a learning disability in Scotland. It is dire. It is only 4.1% of all adults with a learning disability and or autism known to local authorities in Scotland are in employment, 4.1%. The employment rate in Scotland sits round about 73%, and yet for people with a learning disability, this is the figure, 4.1%. And I mentioned evidence, and this is evidence through Learning Disability Statistics Scotland in 2019. So we know this is the reality for people in Scotland. We need to make that. We need to absolutely have a seismic shift to improve the employment rate for people with learning disabilities. I'm working alongside colleagues in Values and Action Scotland and through Young Scotland's Got Talent. That's really what we're aiming to do, is to talk to young people with learning disabilities and autism, talk to employers, you know, and only by working together can we improve this. Thanks, Cameron. We weren't sure who our audience was going to be today, so we put in a slide about who are people with learning disabilities, because this is something that we get asked a lot. And first and foremost, what I would like to say is people with learning disabilities are work colleagues, employers, friends, relatives, brothers, sisters, cousins. You know, people with learning disabilities are all sorts of people, just like everybody else. However, a learning disability is significant and is lifelong. It does start before adulthood, and it does affect a person's development to a greater or lesser degree. And that really means that for some folks with learning disabilities may need a bit of help to understand information. And you'll see today that all of our slides are pictorial, you know, so hopefully there are some good clues for each slide, as well as us telling you what the content of each slide is. So you need to think about how you present your information sometimes. Some people need a little bit of help to learn new skills so that they can lead a hugely fulfilling life. And that's not my story to tell. This is Cameron's story to tell that you're going to hear just shortly. We also know that some people with learning disabilities have more complex needs and may need support with their healthcare and may need support with communication. So people come in all shapes and sizes, just like everybody else. And we're going to talk to you today about some of the easy, simple things that can get put into place that can make employment a really positive experience for people with learning disabilities. We've got an untapped market in Scotland. We will be due a new census next year, but if you look at the figures from the 2011 census, there's 26,349 people in Scotland with a learning disability. There's a percentage of those folks who are willing and able and have talent and skills that would benefit employers and their organisations. It's 0.5% of Scotland's population. And yet, if you think of that statistic, 4.1% of people in employment, it is true that still in 2020, people with learning disabilities in Scotland are not yet enjoying the same life chances as others. And that is part of the work that SCLD does, is to challenge that and to make that difference. And we do that by working very much in partnership with colleagues in the Scottish Government, very much in partnership with people in education, further education and in employment. And most crucially, with people with learning disabilities themselves. We cannot do this alone. Cameron. So, we were going to look at a myth-busting exercise, which I would still like to do with the people in the audience that we have today. We were thinking that we might have some employers in the audience, and we were going to ask the question to our employers, what worries or concerns do you have about working alongside a colleague who has a learning disability? And I think there are a couple of people in the audience that will have a view on that. But I think we'd also like to ask the people with learning disabilities in our audience about what your experience is of getting a job, and also what worries or concerns might you have. So we're going to open this up to you, to the audience, and Cameron and I will facilitate this. So we would like you to come off your, unmute yourselves and come and join this conversation. So, Liz, can I come to you first of all? Because I know you've got a lot of experience in working with employers. Could you maybe tell us a couple of things in your experience that employers are concerned about?
I think a lot of probably employers would think that it's beyond them, maybe that they're going to have to spend a lot of time with people that they're not going to fit in, because maybe they feel that productivity might be less than, that they're going to need to spend a lot of time, all the support and stuff that's in place. And I think also I've heard employers talk about like what other members of the they employ actually would think about that. I think there's been like a bit of a fear factor. It's just basically about the unknown, what to expect basically. But certainly within the work that I've been involved with, sort of evaluating all that and the outcomes of those employers that actually have successfully taken people on, that it's been just absolutely a significantly positive experience all round. I found that the commitments has been exceptionally high, that the output, as you know, with the work that people are actually doing on a daily basis has far exceeded the rest of the frontline staff, putting them shamefully, with their heads down, yes, I suppose recognising that it shouldn't be as scary, because there is some good support out there, through supported employment kind of models and so on, where people will actually work hand in hand with the organisation or the company, educating them, I suppose, as well, and getting rid of some of those myths as well that they fear are in the background. Shh. That's why
The joys of Zoom.
That's why I was on mute. It's kind of going all bashful now. What was I saying? Yeah, sort of overcoming some of all those myths, and I think actually those successful employers have now become, I suppose, ambassadors, promoting the success of employing people. Having testimonials from people themselves saying, look, we have people, for example, maybe hotel work or cafe or on the production line or whatever it might be, testimonials where people actually come in specifically because they know they're going to get good service from, Joe Bloggs, who they've actually employed. And that, to me, and to the employers, have actually highlighted that, these myths, are just that, and it's about sort of being willing and able to sort of and be supported, I suppose, to actually take those first steps. Work with ourselves, work with those people from like employment ages to actually make sure that they enable them to put in the support mechanisms, give them the training, talk about what a learning disability is about, what autism is about, cutting through all those questions and answers, and getting rid of all those myths as well, and just supporting them to actually go through the process and employing people. And it's not like it's going to go away, to make sure that good employment services should always be around and keep going and checking and so on and so forth. And I think that has been a success where people actually have really made it. And like, we've got some really good examples in our organisation, as do you. And there are times when it isn't easy, and we have to question how we actually do things, how can I best support individuals? But it's about actually having open and honest conversations with those people that we're supporting, and actually talking through how to make it better.
Liz, thank you so very much. I think you covered those myths extremely well. But before we move on, John, can I come to you?
Yes, you can, Linda.
Thank you. So, John, I'd like to, if you're willing, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but if you're willing, could you maybe tell us what some of the challenges have been for you, in getting a job and holding on to a job?
I think, it's finding the right employer, and and giving you that support, so you're not getting that much support with it. So that's what I've been finding difficult with it. not pointing. I mean, people saying they're not pointing you in the right direction. To get support to be in a work placement as well.
Okay, so getting the right information as to where to go to get the right support is really, really important.
Yes.
I think I am going to make a wee note of that, John, because I think that's really important, and I think we'll carry that forward to the Q&A as well, because I think that's a really, really important message, because I think I don't know if you'd agree, but I think that's one of the biggest barriers, isn't it?
It is, because people want to go to work, and they're not confident, especially for going on public transport. I mean, people are just so scared to go on public transport and going to work independently, because some of them will find that difficult, and plus as well, they'll not know where the workplace is. So they would need that support in place first. To do a work taster, maybe for a couple of weeks, and just to see how they get on. And if they're more confident enough, then they can then see if they can try it by themselves.
I think that's a huge point, John, because we talk about getting a job, isn't it? But so much more than that. It's how do you get there every day? How do you travel? Independent travel. How are you going to manage all of that? So you've raised some really, really important points. Thank you, Liz.
I think it's also a step before that as well. I think it's about how people with learning disabilities or autism actually are aware of the job opportunities that are actually out there. How do they actually go to find a job? How do they fill in the CV? What steps they need to take, and who's actually out there to support them? Because certainly a lot of employers that we know actually don't make those that information easily known and accessible to people. So it's like, I've often said to in some of the groups that I've worked with, like, would you ever consider applying for a job on a for a housing association or a building company or on the railway or whatever? They go, oh no, because it sort of gets thinking like it's quite a narrow kind of job. I'm not going to be a bricklayer or something, but there's more. It's a much bigger field, but they would never consider it. And so you have to ask the question why. So there's a lot of answers to that, I think, as well.
Well, at the moment, I support people in Inverness College at the moment. So we host a Transitions Lunch Club. So me and my friend have set that up because the college don't want too much information, but they were just doing it wrong, basically. And the shock, I've just heard some really shocking stories that a number of young people with disabilities have been there for over a decade doing the same subject.
And I think that's a really important point, John, isn't it? That people are getting really stuck, and are sort of cycling round, like a hamster on a wheel, and that's where it becomes really crucial for.
And I said to them, how has that happened? I said, the first question was, I said, do you offer work placements? Because I said that was my first question. Oh, no, we don't. And I said, that's where you're going wrong then. So how is people going to move on and, not getting that work experience first, and, not supporting them with that work experience and finding what they want to do? And, so basically they just want them to stay at college. But like I say, college, you cannot stay for college forever. It's not possible. You've got to move on.
You're absolutely right, John, and I think you've made some hugely important points there. I think we're going to have a lot to discuss in our Q&A this afternoon, so keep hold of all of those thoughts too. Thank you very much, John and Liz, for your input there. So we're going to go back to the presentation, if we can. Cameron, who is the IT whiz and guru here.
Yeah, yep.
Brilliant. And if we can just go to the next slide, Cameron, that'd be great. Oh, one before, if possible.
Having some technical.
That's it. Great. Thank you. So you heard from Liz, and I think, Liz, you highlighted all of the concerns, I think, that we've listed here, and we've just listed these from the conversations that we've had with employers, so there are no surprises. Liz, I know that you misbusted some of these ones while you were talking, which was great, but you know, fitting in with the team, how productive are people going to be? Are people going to be off more in terms of being poorly and sick? What about health and safety? What do I need to think about for that? How much time is it going to take me or my team to support somebody to bring them up to speed? Do you know, what does this mean for policy and procedures? All of these things. I'm not going to misbust anymore, because I'm now going to hand over to Cameron, because Cameron is really the misbuster here. So Cameron works for SCLD, and Cameron's going to talk to you about his journey into employment, finding a job, getting a job, keeping a job, and most importantly, about ambition when you're in a job. So without further ado, Cameron, over to you.
Hello, Linda. So, hi, it's Cameron. I'm back again. So I thought it would be helpful to talk to you about what's helped me with my journey to work. I have a learning disability, and I have dyslexia and dyspraxia as well. So here's a little bit more about my journey. So I left school in 2013, and I got a project search internship. So project search is a 1-year internship that first started in Ohio in 1996. During the internship, there was a mixture between classroom learning and work placements, which I'll go on to explain about. In Scotland, project search runs in a college year, so between August and June. So I done my project search internship at Hamer's Hospital. And during the internship, on my first rotation, I did 3 days in audiology, 2 days in orthopedics, and the second rotation I did portering, but I didn't finish this because I got my first job in SCLD. But I did graduate from project search in 2014, and then moved on to a part-time receptionist post on a 2-year fixed-term contract with SCLD. During that time, I did my SVQ level 2 and 3 in business and administration, and now I'm the events and information assistant. So I just thought it'd be good to hear about during your work experience, kind of what I learned, what support needed to my ambition. So what I learned, the job coach and my time in the training room during project search really helped me with my timekeeping, routine and travel, getting to know new people, and new people getting to know me, getting to know new routines, learning to cope with change, building my confidence, and working as part of a team. So what support I needed? So project search helped me with interview techniques in my CV and how to fill in application forms. My work experience gave me the motivations and helped me get ready for my first real job. And my ambition was to get a job either part-time or full-time, to earn money and to enjoy a better life. So to be able to go on holiday, go to the pub, go out for dinner, independence, and a better job and promotion. So working at SCLD, I'm the first point of contact for visitors and staff, either coming into the office or telephone. into the office, administration to events and helping at events all across Scotland, supporting Charlie, which is our CEO's diary, speaking at events, social media events, and ITC support team. So I've learned a lot of skills, like working as part of a team, prioritising work, problem solving, communication skills, and patience. So this is what I do at SCLD, and now here is what SCLD has learned from me. So SCLD has learned about dyslexia and dyspraxia, and learning how to support somebody with a learning disability into the workplace, including what's available to employers, for example, access to work, which me and Linda will go on and talk about in a wee second, and learning all about computers and technology. So I don't let anything hold me back. I'm enthusiastic, reliable, and do the best I can. With a job needs done. But sometimes I have difficulty remembering things. I get words muddled up sometimes and struggle a little bit with spelling. They look all right to me, but not to other people. I can struggle if I'm given too much information at one time, or if someone asks me to do more than 2 jobs at one time. This stresses me and I get flustered. I might not be able to do the job just as well. It takes the time. If someone takes the time to give me one instruction at a time and is very clear about what they want me to do, I can rattle through the tasks and move on to the next one. It takes time to learn the rules at work. The one thing that makes the biggest difference to me is having supportive colleagues who understand my learning disability and give me the little bit of support that I need. They win because I get all the jobs done for them. I do it well and get great feedback for the work I do. Like everyone, sometimes I might not get it right, and over the time my confidence is growing. Now I ask anyone in the office if they need any help, or if I have some spare time and don't have enough to do. It can take time for people with learning disabilities to be confident enough to ask for help. The best thing you can do is make sure that person has someone they can go to. You can call that person a buddy. My buddy is the person that I check in with. They keep me on track and make sure I have got a really clear work plan. They are my go-to person if I have questions. Unless someone tells me, I might not be able to see what needs done. My main buddy now is Christine, my line manager Christine. She keeps me right all the time. Here are some of the things that helped. Here are some of the things that helped me during my work experience and now in my job. There were other supports that I have at work that I will go on and tell you about in a minute. So on this slide, you can see what works for me. So I have a quick catch-up meeting with my line manager every morning. I have a daily task list. I have a clear priority of tasks. I work with checklists to make sure things are done, doing one thing at a time, confident enough to ask members of the team for help, and dyslexia-specific software for the by access work, which me and Linda will go on to just in a wee second. I also ask my colleagues to send me a quick email about what they want to do. This helps me check done. When I don't understand something, knowing who to go to about it. When I feel overwhelmed and there was too many things happening, knowing who to go to ask for help, and knowing who the person to let them know. As you can see, it's the smallest things that are easy to do that make the biggest difference. Obviously, working at SCLD, I've learned a lot of skills. So working as part of the team, prioritising work, problem solving, and communication skills. A job is important to me because it gives me independence, money to have a life, so go to the pub, go to dinner, go on holiday, save my own, meeting people, having a purpose to my day, learning new skills, and having fun and a little bit of banter. So my project search experience was very important, and it gave me the skills and confidence to do what I am doing today. And me and Linda will go on and explain a wee bit about access to work. I've got a little bit more doing currently at the moment.
Okay, thanks so much, Cameron. So access to work might be familiar to the audience here, but Cameron and I worked together to put in an access to work request. And I think, Cameron, it was a pretty easy process, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very, very easy, very quick, and it only took about 10 minutes to do the application form.
Yeah. So it was a quick online application, and Cameron and I worked together to do that, and we had some good chats, didn't we, Cameron, before we put in that application?
We did.
And those chats were really to find out, you know, to talk to Cameron about some of the areas that were maybe he was maybe having a wee bit of difficulty with, talking about what we thought some of the solutions to that could be, do you know, and then going through access to work, you know, to get those supports in place. So Cameron, once we put in the application, what happened then?
So somebody from Access to Work came out to SLD and done a workplace assessment with me and Linda, and that was to find out exactly what support I needed, and I basically told them a little bit about my background as well.
And what kind of solutions did they advise? What did they advise you?
So they advised me that I could get so these kind of things on the screen, so which is like colour overlays, a live sky pen and notepad, which means when I write down my minutes, so basically live sky pen and notepad, it's a special pen and notepad, and it records what I write, and then I use another piece of software to download what's on the pen, so I can listen back to it as well. Read and write software, which reads out what I write as well, and some workplace coaching as well.
Great. And the workplace coaching, can you tell us a wee bit more about that? What did that involve?
So that involved 4 workplace sessions, which the workplace sessions was that we talked about what issues I had, and not really issues that I had, what I was struggling with in the workplace, and the person from Colourfield Training, who was very helpful, worked with me on solving some of these solutions. So I'll be able to tell you about that we were talking about me doing a presentation to a conference that I was able to go to present about a bit like this, but what my job was entailed, and the person from Colourfield Training gave me some hints and tips about remembering some of my long speeches, so from a start to middle to end, and the way that he kind of done it was try think about a place in Glasgow for my office, so go out, turn right, in the corner, there's your place, so he kind of taught me through some of that stuff for remembering what to say in my presentation.
Great. So have these things helped you, Cameron, in your day-to-day job?
These things have massively helped me in my day-to-day job because I use them every day. Great.
And I think maybe what we'd both like to say, Cameron, and please chip in here, is that you know, access to work is easy to access. You know, it gets people the supports that they need to enable them to be as productive as possible in the workplace. You know, and it was at no cost, wasn't it? At that
no,
time?
it was at no cost. Access to work, the employer can give a donation in as well, but they're not obliged to if they don't want to as well.
So it was really hassle-free, wasn't it? And easy to do, and has made a big difference, I think, to your life, Cameron, but also, you know, as for our organisation, you know, it's been a great boon because Cameron has done, you know, worked so hard for us in so many ways. So Cameron, back to you because you're going to tell us a bit more about that.
I am. So I am now going to go and explain about how my job's changed massively during COVID and being on the front line. So within a week of lockdown, we went, all staff went from being in the office as a team to working at home on our own. Like most organisations, SLT staff are currently working from home. Virus. Not working from the office does not mean that we have stopped hosting our meetings / events. Our meetings that we are hosting have been done through Microsoft Teams and Zoom, and we are still attending external meetings. We also have regular coffee breaks with colleagues. You don't need to chat about work, but this is very important nowadays as COVID is going on and you're not seeing people face to face. I am still the first point of contact for the organisation for the phone, on the phone through our new phone system. The major change has been technology, which was not a problem for me, but was which was a challenge for some members of the team.
Hands up, that's me and one or two of my older colleagues.
So some of the things that I've been doing during lockdown in terms of technology are we've introduced a new internet phone system and I have trained the team in installing and using this. I supported the team members who have not used Microsoft Teams before and learning how to operate all the functions in Teams. I was a key member of the project team who introduced GoToWebinar. I was responsible for downloading the analytics from a webinar to share with Linda. And finally, from me, this year we delivered Scotland's Learn Disability Week very differently. Due to the coronavirus, we had to do this online. But by putting this online, there was a lot more people engaging with us virtually, and it was great to see what people were doing. SLD hosted 3 Make and Takes communities for our people on our Facebook group, but it's worked out successfully. We set this up on Zoom, and people who joined brought something that they'd made and took away new ideas. These were really successful, and we're now hosting a Facebook community every 2 weeks to support people to keep in touch. Also during Learn Disability Week, I co-delivered with Charlie McMillan, our Chief Executive, a Learn Disability Awareness session via Skype for Business for the Scottish Government. We had 79 civil servants join the session, and it was great, and we received great feedback from them. I also support the Chief Executive and the managers with scheduling meetings, and an SLD staff team meeting takes place using Microsoft Teams every 2 weeks to make sure everyone is okay, to give updates and to check where we are with work that we are doing. And at the beginning of lockdown, we set up a SLD Stay in Touch Facebook group as a way for people with learning disabilities to keep in touch with us, and I help moderate the group. So basically, just to summarise what's on this slide, I support SLD social media communications during Learn Disability Week. I was facilitating some virtual communities. I'd done a Learn Disability Awareness session, which I co-delivered with SLD's Chief Executive. I met 79 people during the call. I coordinate team meetings using Microsoft Teams, and I help moderate SLD's Facebook group as well. And I'm now going to hand back to Linda for.
Okay, so I'd like you all to unmute yourselves if you can now. Cameron, I would just like to say a huge thank you for your presentation. I think people will agree, you know, you are an indispensable member of the SCLD team. You have so many skills that you bring to our team, and we learn so much from you, not least on the ICT side. You know, we are very, very grateful for all you do. But I would hope that Cameron's story switches on some light bulbs for people about the art of the possible, and to really see the skills that people bring, to an organisation. And Cameron, I think you said really well there, here's what I've learnt from SCLD, but really importantly, what have SCLD learnt from you and all that you have brought to the organisation? So over to the floor for any questions for Cameron, please.
I just find it actually absolutely amazing. You're a true inspiration, Cameron. You've done and achieved amazing heights basically in your employment, and in your world, in your life. And dare I say, dare I even mention Prague? that was amazing. That was amazing.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. That was a really inspirational film there from Cameron. Cameron Smith in particular, I think his story was really strong. I think one of the things that stood out for me, John, was the statistic we talked about. 4.1% of people with learning disabilities in the country are in employment. 4.1%. That's
Yes.
ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah, it's hard to fathom that could be the case, isn't it? So
hoping that people like Cameron get to tell how they've overcome, but we'll get more of that kind of inspiration later on today from Michael and Danielle, I think, with their stories as well. But they've got to work twice as hard as anybody else to get a foothold in the job market. They've got to be even better than everybody else that might be going for that job, haven't they, in lots of ways. So we have to change that whole culture, and that's obviously a lot of the work that Values into Action SCLD are doing, and certainly what they're talking about and sharing through Young Scotland's Got Talent. Go to sensory stories now, John?
Yeah, so we're off to sensory stories. These are provided by PAMIS. And today, the stories come, there's two stories. They come from a group, I have to be careful how I pronounce this, a group called The Arts End of Somewhere. And they are stories that relate to World War I.
Right.
So let's take a look at today's sensory stories.
That's easy for you to say, John.
Okay, so this is Harry's life in World War One.
It is a sunny day in June 1914.
Lovely.
I is on the farm in Dumfries, feeding the pigs. I'm going when he hears the news.
Oink, 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 oink.
He quickly saddles his horse and gets ready to ride to sign up to become a soldier.
He says goodbye to his wife, Ruby, and their baby daughter, Mary.
I was is given his uniform. He wears a black helmet, a black rucksack. He wears black green trousers and a green jacket and grey boots.
He is transferred to France, where he meets his dog, Max.
Harry has to go to the trenches. They are tall and they are long.
It starts to rain and it gets muddy in the dances. Yuck!
There is a sudden explosion! And Harry has to put on his gas mask.
Winter arrives, and it's so cold in the trenches. Ooh. Poor Harry loses a finger. Ah! Ah!
He is allowed to go into the army camp to rest, and while he is there, he sees a group of singers entertaining the soldiers.
Goodbye, Piccadilly. Farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there.
One of the singers is called Heather, and Harry becomes her friend.
Heather behaves strangely, and Harry realizes that she is a spy. She's been leaving secret messages. Oh, 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 oh.
I tries to stop her because he is afraid she will get hurt.
Heather does get shot, but she survives. She decides to run away.
Run!
A few years later, the war has ended, and Harry returns home to the farm. He is reunited with the love of his life, Ruby, and they share a big kiss. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Hi, hello. Now, this time, I'm going to tell you you're muted, because you are muted, Fran.
I think somebody's sneaking in to try and keep me quiet and putting that mute button on. Now I'm not looking.
So that was stories from Dumfriesshire of World War One, Harry and Heather, the Arts End of Somewhere, thanks to them, and more sensory stories tomorrow, courtesy of PAMIS.
Yeah, and I think PAMIS, there's lots of resources if you go and look on their website, and one of the things that they've been really strongly campaigning for across Scotland is for changing places. People will be aware of them for that, but they've been around for many, many years, and part of what they do is developing resources which help families and people kind of with that sensory side, as well as lots of other things. But those resources are on their website if people are interested in the sensory stories. To go and have a
Yep.
look. There's,
Yep.
and another film tomorrow, as you say. So we now are going to get our first bit of music, John, for today.
For today, yep.
We have a treat in store for anybody who's with us. So I would say this is a time to get a cuppa and sit down and really enjoy a bit of music. And this is Zoe. Now, Zoe, if you go to your website, you'll see she's also Zoe in the band. And she came along last year and was involved in actually finishing the festival for us. And she did that at Mono in Glasgow. And I have to say, apart from the fact that she was extremely talented and the energy that she brought, it just was such a perfect way to finish the festival for us, wasn't it? We really just so enjoyed it. And we got a chance to speak to her and meet her, and she's just such a genuine person and really committed to the values of Citizen Fest as well. So we're absolutely over the moon that she's agreed to take part again this year.
Yep.
And she's from Australia, and you'll see. But I actually discovered when I looked at her website some things I didn't know about her, that she's actually also a model and an actress. So she's obviously multi-talented. And what was interesting, John, if you remember about the band, was it was her family, wasn't it? So
it was her dad and her brother.
That's right. So they're all talented.
And her mum was there as the kind of agent as well, wasn't she?
That's right. So she's an Australian-based artist, obviously born in Australia, but she's UK-based at the moment, I think. And she's pretty international in terms of being away performing in places like Nashville. Her style is country, alternative country, and other styles as well. I think if you look at the website, it will give you a bit more information about that.
Claims being made in the band along the bottom that she's better than Kylie.
That's right. Well, yeah. Is that controversial? Like to see she has. I'm sure there's a lot of Kylie fans out there and very upset if we said that. So I would like to diss Kylie. I'm not dissing Kylie at all because Kylie's
no.
But she is fabulous, actually.
They were maybe once neighbours. I don't know.
We'll record that spot. You'll really enjoy Zoe and the band. So I think the main thing is we're going to have a half hour of Zoe and her music, and once we come back, we've got another. John, help me here. What we've got on?
We've got our downhill racer, John Dickinson Lilly, who you can't imagine skiing downhill with your eyes open, never mind skiing downhill blind. So John will be on talking about his experiences as a gay man and some of the obstacles he's had to overcome along the way.
I'm really interested in hearing his story, and so we're looking forward to that. I think we're just about ready to go with Zoe. So
I think so.
Just about getting the film up for you, and we'll speak to you again after that. Right, go Zoe.
Hi there. Just a wee technical hitch with the sound. Feverish activity in the background.
So the Are One Citizens Festival last year, and you guys made me feel so warm and welcomed, and you gave me a standing ovation, and it's a show I'll never forget, and I appreciate it very much. And I was very, very sad to not be able to join you this year in person. However, I'm very grateful to be able to bring you some music virtually. So in store, I have some new originals, some stuff you'll have heard, some stuff you won't have heard, and some cover stuff in there as well. So I hope you enjoy, and thank you guys again for being here. Thanks for having me. Stay safe, and hopefully we'll get to see you on the road sometime soon.
Another day, another job, another second already gone. Another night, another show, another song, just singing along. Gotta take my sweet time. Gotta say what's on my mind. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Maybe this dance will be better at home. Maybe I like it was you all night. Never know what it is you do. Maybe it's just this song will be to me. But I ain't never seen nothing that looks so fine like you. Smile at me, oh na 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 na. Oh, baby, I like you. Na 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 na. Oh, baby, I. Another city, another coast, another red light, green light. Another face up, turn the phone off and let's just roll. No one will catch me looking twice, but baby, once just suffice. I got no life, like, oh my God, right? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Maybe this dance will be better at home. Maybe I like it was you all night. I'll never know what it is you do, maybe it's just this song for me to me. That I ain't never seen nothing that's so fine like your big smile and me. Oh, na 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 na. Oh, baby, I like it. Na na na. Oh, baby, I. Spin too fast to table. Stop and caught on the merry-go-round and round and round. Can you pull it back and just in the air right now? I do, but maybe you don't. Make this love seem to better at home. And maybe I like to get you all on my own. I never know what it is you do. Maybe it's just this song for me too. And I ain't never seen nothing that's so fine like your big smile and me. Oh, na na na. I can feel you all around me. I close my eyes, but those secrets found me. No happy endings and no second chances. It's my turn to step up in this lonely day. And I can't breathe without the sound. Haunted inside, there's a storm rolling in. The thunder's loud. The voices shouting out to the depths of this town. Caught in the river of thoughts and drowning in my mind. Little girl, all the tears fall down her face. She's tired and lost, just looking for a safe place. And heaven knows you can rush to find your fate. You can run, but you trip and you fall down at the gate. Boy, and the grief, it'll eat you up inside. Can't outrun the voice tiptoeing around your mind. And I can't breathe without the sound haunting inside. There's a storm rolling in, the thunder's light. Voices shouting down to the depths of this town. Caught in the river floods and drowning in my mind. The widow cries into the morning light. Through the window she's looking, the blackbird flies. The fatal turn of love. Her daughter disappears from her side. The wind is howling so strong like a song into the night. And I can't breathe without the sound haunting inside. There's a storm rolling in, the thunder's alive. Her voice is shouting out to the depths of this town. Caught in the river floods and drowning in my mind.
Hey, Dad. Hey. Hi, Jana. Oh, how you doing? Well, what are you doing?
We're just fighting through all this hurt, breaking our hearts since the day we started. We're all children on inside, and the world keeps breaking us down. We're just running from what we are, hoping that someday we'll make it through the golden gates of happiness. So I remember that's where I lost you. But this time I'm gonna run instead of crawl, and this time the bells are gonna sing, and this time I'll look before I fall again. 'Cause this time will change everything. What a China. The street driver's about ready to run you down, so you scream and curse the heavenly name, 'cause you just wanna be where the sun fades into the blue sea and the memories go quietly. This time you're gonna run instead of crawl, this time the bells are gonna sing. And this time you'll look before you fall again. 'Cause this time will change everything. Oh, 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 Well, can you feel the times passing through the dark night? Take me down to Bobby's on Music Row. I can feel the drum dancing on the river, calling out my name, and it feels like home. When I was younger, I traveled from the Rockies down to Mexico, and I'd be riding through the back road, Neil playing on the radio, and I ain't never felt so good before. Until I heard that song, and I start to sing along, and I'm back where I was before. So I guess I'm going to Nashville, Tennessee, where the music sounds like home to me. Yeah, I guess I'm going to Nashville, Tennessee, where the music sounds like home to me. I took a road trip down to Charlotte, drove a NASCAR and fell in love with the sound of those engines rolling down the speedway, tearing it up, and I ain't never felt so good before. Until I heard that song, then I start to sing along, and I'm back where I was before. So I guess I'm going to Nashville, Tennessee, where the music sounds like home to me. Yeah, I guess I'm going to Nashville, Tennessee, where the music sounds like home to me. Nashville, Tennessee, Nashville, Nashville, Tennessee, Nashville, Nashville, Tennessee, Nashville. I'm gonna kick it off with an original called Stay. Tiny twist of love in fate's pocket. It's a long road there, but they can't stop it. And I can't believe how it all began. Never looking for love, then love walked in. And suddenly my everyday became my brand new. The light I was searching for was shining through. And I can't believe it's real. No, I can't believe those kind of things never happened to me. I wasn't looking for love or a prince to save my day, or a wild horse to steal my troubles away. But we found a magic I don't want it today. I wasn't looking for love, a perfect Along these cobblestone streets, you ride next to me. Get lost in wild green eyes, how they leave me restless and easy. It's a crazy world, still the sunshine catches me. Two different cities, both waking up alone. They have different skies, both feel like home. But in my dreams, you're still singing your song to me. Where the tide is rolling upstairs, say, wasn't looking for love, princess, see my name. For a wild horse to steal my troubles away. We found a magic, and I don't want it to fade. I wasn't looking for love, but baby, can stay. How you guys doing? Whereabouts are you tuning in from? If you feel like commenting in the comments, do that. I'm going to read some comments in a little bit. It's great to have you all here, and it's great to meet you guys. Time moves too fast. The world is so fast and it's crazy. But hand in hand, we'll make it through the ride. For love, a princess in my day. But you came in, get anyway. Oh, we found a magic they can take away. We were looking for love, but maybe we should stay. Yeah, lost in love, lost in love. Lost in love, lost in love, lost in love, lost in love, lost in love. I'm going to play a song. For those of you who do know country, you probably would have seen the TV show Nashville. And while I was in Nashville, everybody just loved my song called Nashville, and then they wanted to know if I knew any songs out of the show and all that kind of fun stuff. So I ended up learning one of the songs from the show, and this one was one of my favorites, and it was by Juliet Barnes on the show, and I'm going to give it a run and see how we go. It's called On My Way. So here we go. Hard-headed, I'm stubborn, stuck in my ways, still learning what it means to heal my knees and pray. I'm on my way. I'm more trouble than I'm not. Don't know when to stop. I ain't got it figured out right now. All I can say. I'm on my way. I'm on my way on a slow rise from hellfire to rain. If you could just wait, I know I can ride this rail change. Might not be today. I'm on my way. No time in luxury, and I can't just ask you to spend it all on me. After all this time's passed, I'm on my way. I'm on my way on this slow rise from hellfire to rain. You could just wait. You know I can ride this rail train. Might not be today. I'm on my way. you shouldn't, but maybe you can. Love me, 'cause I'm on my way on this slow ride from hellfire rain. If you could just wait, you know I can ride this rail train. Might not be today, it won't be today. I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm on my way. What I'm gonna do is an original song, and I only play this one when it's really acoustic, and I sometimes play it with a band, but I thought for tonight it'd be kind of fun. It's an original one. It's called Just a Little Bit Longer, and it was a song that I wrote a few years ago now, back out in America when I was doing a road trip through from, I don't remember exactly where from, but it was from somewhere towards, I think it was top end of Canada, heading down from Vancouver, and was heading down to Nashville, and was heading down to go and do some stuff down at the Bluebird Cafe and a little place called Bobby's Idle Hour down there. And it was a beautiful, beautiful road trip. And I just remember when it came to an end, how much I didn't want it to end. And it was such a, just, I don't know, something about a good open road and good music and great company that you just want to hold close to your heart. And that's what this song is. So I hope you like it. Sunsets in the night sky, my thoughts, they're still asking me why. Days are flying so fast, and I only wanted it to last just a little bit longer, just a little while. And now it's all gone, and I don't know why. Just a little bit longer, just a little while. I'll wake up and still miss your smile. Heartbreak always hurts in the mornings when I wake up crying over you. But with time, memories will fade, but the feeling still feel the same. Just a little bit longer, just a little while. And now it's all gone, and I don't know why. Just a little bit longer, just a little while. I wake up and still miss your smile. Just a little bit longer, little while. Now it's all gone, and I don't know why. Don't know sunsets in the night sky, my thoughts keep asking me why. If any of you guys that want to find my songs too, you can find them up on Spotify. I've got a few songs already out. I'm going to be releasing more this year. I've been working on a few things, even while we've been in lockdown and all this craziness. There's been some progress on the front. Don't worry, we've got the bands and I have new music coming very shortly, and I'm very excited about it. But there are things on Spotify and iTunes and all those other platforms if you do want to go and check some of those things out. I'm going to do one now. Since we've got a lovely fire here tonight, isn't it beautiful? I figured we should do something about fire. So I'm going to do one that hopefully you guys will know, and hopefully you'll sit at home and jam along and yeah, just really enjoy. Let's give it a shot. like a child. I fell into burning ring of fire. I fell down, down, down. Flame got high, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into burning of fire, and I fell into a burning ring of fire. I fell down, down, down. The flame got high, and it burned, burned, burned. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into burning of fire.
Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. If you want to connect with me on socials, please feel free to do so. My handles are all Zoe Official, and my website is www.zoe.uk. In the meantime, you guys just stay safe, stay healthy, and I hope we get to catch up somewhere on the road very soon. Take care.
Well, well, well. Zoe got the party started.
Big thanks to Zoe for that session. Yeah.
That was brilliant. I was just checking along here myself on a party, but I noticed Zoe was actually here. She was making comments and lots of positive comments coming in about that. So one of the things I wanted to say just before we move on, if we've got a minute, is just to remind everybody that all the artists, all the speakers, everybody that's involved in Citizen Fest, and No Labels, No Walls, We Are One festival have done so free of charge. They're all just giving of their time. There's no money changing hands. Nobody's doing it for any other reason than because it's to the values of citizenship and what We Are One believes in. So and all the people that are involved behind the scenes as well, all the organisations. So a massive thank you to everybody for giving up their time again. But just to remind people that it'd be good if people come and watch. If you get such talent like that, it's a shame that you know there's not more people seeing it. But remember, it'll stay on the Facebook page, and people can come back and see it again. John, we've got something coming up soon, so I better
yes, yeah.
Let you get on.
So we both got to know Hugh Torrance a long time ago, part of the hospital, Getting Folk Out of Hospital programme. And Hugh these days is the Chief Executive Officer of Leap Sports. Leap Sports promotes LGBTI participation in sport and seeks to end LGBTI phobia in sport. And courtesy of that organisation, we have our next film. We should say that Leap Sports were one of the organisations that helped us really get the festival off the ground last year and helped to introduce us to a whole range of new people that we would never have met. So it's great to have them.
Sorry. Continue to make those connections this year with other groups of people as well, haven't they? They've continued to be active in the festival, so we know them a lot.
So this conversation that we're about to see is part of a series that they have on their website. It's called Pride Active, and as we said earlier, John Dickinson Lilly is in conversation with Emma Dodds here about his experiences as an elite sportsman, an elite disabled sportsman, and as a gay man. So hopefully you really enjoy it. I've sampled this already, and it's a really interesting discussion between the two of them. So without further ado, we'll head off into that now. Thank you.
From that, and lined up a fantastic array of LGBTI.
Hello.
Hello.
We might have some technical issues here.
Yep.
Yep. So this might be an opportunity to let Liam get that sorted out and maybe just have a wee chat about some other things that are going on in the festival.
Yes.
I suppose one of the things we've not done enough of is maybe just shout out to No Labels, No Walls, and maybe mention the time difference. Just remind people of that.
Yeah. So what did we calculate the other day? That Helsinki is 2 hours ahead of us and Los Angeles 8 hours behind us.
Aye, that's right.
And so we're sandwiched in the middle in Glasgow and in Scotland and wherever we are. And it's virtually round the clock festival at the moment. So yeah, please remember that there's links all over the place to visit these other events that are going on in parallel to us. Our technical people have been in touch and are advising us that we are ready to go again. And so over to Hugh, John, and Emma.
Good, great. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Lined up a fantastic array of LGBTIQ athletes and allies for this series. And those who joined us last week will know that we kicked things off with a tremendous interview from Philippa York that you can still see on our Facebook page. A couple of housekeeping things just now. Whether you're seeing this directly on Zoom or through the Facebook page, welcome. You can ask questions either way. If you're viewing on Zoom, you can pop into the Q&A function and ask your question there. And if on Facebook, you can just leave a comment on the broadcast and we'll feed those back through to Emma doing the interview today. Now, on to today's guest. We have the very inspiring John Dickinson-Lilly with us today. And I'm looking forward to all of our interviews, but I'm especially looking forward to this one because I know that John is very thoughtful about many of the issues that we work with and has spoken a lot about some of those issues. And so I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great conversation. Without further ado then, I'm going to hand you over to our brilliant interviewer, who is BT Sports broadcaster, Emma Dodds. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you very much, Hugh. John, good afternoon. Thanks for your time. How are you doing?
Delighted to be here.
Good. Well, as Hugh said, we're delighted to have you here as well. And as Hugh also mentioned, I know we've got a lot of attendees watching on Zoom and also on Facebook. This conversation is as much about John and I as it is about you guys. So if you do have a question, please send it in and I can put it to John as this conversation goes on over the course of the next half an hour, 40 minutes. We heard your song there, John, right at the very top of this webinar. You've raised your. Why did you pick that? Great song, by the way.
So it reminds me of when I was young, essentially. I'm now over the age of 40. And as my niece told me the other week, you're dead old, Uncle John. With particular emphasis on the dead as well. So I revel in it, and I love the 80s. So if you find me on Spotify, I've got an entire 80s playlist.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's the channel that's on in my car as well, Heart 80s. You just can't beat it. It always brightens up the mood, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
So as you mentioned, you're here, you're to join us today as our second guest on the webinar. You're a retired professional skier. I mean, as somebody myself who would have loved to have been a professional skier, it's an absolute pleasure to get your thoughts today. But let's talk a little bit before we go right back to the beginning about what you're doing now after professional sport and how you got into it.
I mean, I guess I'm really lucky in the sense that unlike most, parasport's slightly different in that the profile tends to be a slightly older age bracket. And so I had a career before I started skiing. In fact, I only learned to ski when I was 29, when I'd lost my sight. So hadn't ever skied before. And there's a bit of a story there. And so after I retired, I was able to kind of go back into communication. So I'm now Director of Communications for Goldsmiths University of London, which is very exciting, lots of challenge, but you know, is different, but amazingly enables me to apply a lot of the things that I learned as a ski racer, particularly around kind of managing pressure and stuff like that.
And I know you also, you know, you're here with us as part of this Pride Active series, but you know, it's important. Obviously, you have a platform, and I know you are somebody who uses that platform to the best of your ability to get your voice heard. Why is it important for you to do that? That visibility.
So you know, I grew up in the 80s. Growing up in the 80s, there were very few LGBT role models. You had people like Boy George, maybe Michael Cashman, who was the first gay character on EastEnders, a total hero. Ian McKellen, you know, there are very, very few people. David Paisley was a gay character on Casualty in the 90s, I believe. Yeah, it was the 90s. And so there are very few role models, and they were mostly men. And I know that actually, for my own personal journey, if I'd had a role model, it would have made a massive difference. I didn't come out, I was found out. And so when I was found out, the only people that I could talk to was an LGB centre in Leicester. I was brought up in Leicestershire. And so there wasn't that support, and there was no one to point to that I could go, but you know what, I could be that could be me. So I think it's really important that if you do have a platform, that you try and use it and you try and offer something to someone else to say, do you know what, it's okay.
I totally agree. I mean, that visibility, very similar in my own story, that I didn't feel that I had those role models when I was younger, and I was, you know, relatively late in coming out. But it's so crucial now, and it's amazing to see even, you know, the likes of Ashlyn Harris and Ali Krieger just this week on the cover of magazines as a lesbian couple. You know, it's fantastic having that visibility there. And, you know, the fact we're sitting here doing this, you know, is an absolute pleasure, and shows things are moving in the right direction. But as you pointed out, it hasn't always been the case, has it? But, you know, you touched on there, you didn't come out as such, you were found out. I mean, how did that affect you as a youngster?
It was horrific. It was absolutely horrific, because my parents thought I'd got a girlfriend, which I sort of had, but my girlfriend knew I was gay before I did. She pointed it out to me. Amazing, and we're still friends. She's wonderful. But it was, you know, I think it's fair to say it was traumatic. My parents are lovely people, and they are absolutely amazing now. But you know, back then, you know, in the 90s, not easy. They're Christians, so they kind of didn't quite get it. So that, I think their faith proved a challenge, and it was something to be ashamed of. It was something to keep secret. And so they said, well, you can't tell anyone, because if you tell people, you're going to get beaten up, or, you know, you're not going to be able to get into university, and all of these other things. So I think they've got their idea, and you know, they thought automatically about things like grandchildren, and you know, because at the time, that was it. Like, if you were gay, you didn't have kids. End of story. So I mean, to be fair, I turned into a ski racer, so couldn't afford children.
We'll get to that later. But yeah, that was obviously, you know, you were, how old did you say you were there? 13, 14 when that happened?
14.
14, yeah. So, you know, a very impressionable age as well for somebody discovering themselves, and also then having to communicate that not through choice. But I know you had that LGBT plus centre that you went to near your home. How important was that for you, you know, mental health wise, and to be with like-minded people, you know, in a comfortable, confident way?
It was critical. I mean, you know, this was during the era of Section 28 as well. So it wasn't local authority funded. It was funded by local people, by the LGBT community. And I actually had counselling, and it was a free counselling service. And so it enabled me to reconcile myself to my sexuality relatively early on. It was very unusual to be able to access that kind of service, but it made a massive difference for me. I think it built my confidence up. And do you know what? I then turned into a bit of a gobby teenager who maybe didn't handle it with my parents in quite the way that I could have done. But actually, I think, you know, on reflection, whilst it may have been imperfect, actually it was probably the right thing for me to be able to be kind of that punchy and that go-getter about my sexuality. And of course, I got found out at school because that was bound to happen.
Yeah, yeah. And what about the way you were treated at school? Again, just with everything you've touched on, you know, the era that it was, how was that? How did that affect you?
As you might imagine, lots of bullying,
Yeah.
locker being vandalised on a daily basis. I went to a Catholic school, and so every time my locker got vandalised, I had to clean it, and then I was put in detention. And so the problem was me; it wasn't other people's behaviour. And so that was a real challenge. But amazingly, I visited Leicester a few years ago. And went out to the local gay club and bumped into my old head of biology, who and he said, I had no idea what you went through. And I was talking to him, he said, you should have just come to me, and you know, I would have totally helped you.
Yeah.
And you know, I said, you know what, I was young, I didn't have confidence. And so the big takeaway for me, and the thing that I would say to absolutely anybody now, is if you feel that you need help, ask. Like, you know, whether that's Samaritans, whether that's the LGBT switchboard, whoever it is, ask for some support. And it may not be within your family or your friends network, but don't allow yourself to suffer in silence, because there is help out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, that's in whatever scenario it is that you actually need help in. But I mean, there's been several things that have really defined who you are, haven't there, over the course of your lifetime? But I know that, you know, you saw homophobic violence as well, and quite dramatic violence as well. How did that mould and shape the person that you have turned into now?
It turned me into a campaigner. So I think the thing that, so I came out, and then I had a really amazing friend, a woman called Wendy, who she came out when she was 55 and after 6 kids. And she was a mature student. She'd gone back to university, so she's doing all these life-changing things. And you know, I think about her every day. She sadly passed away a few years ago, but she's just such an inspirational woman. And so we would go out clubbing and have great fun. And we went out together one night with a bunch of friends. And as we walked out of this club in Leicester called Street Life, I mean, you know, a unique venue, let's put it like that. It was also one of the only venues, so there wasn't much choice. And there was a gang of thugs waiting outside, and 2 of my friends got caught by them. The rest of us managed to escape, and they've been wheelchair users ever since. Because they were gay bashed so badly. And it was at that point that I went, you know what, this is not right. You know, no one deserves to be treated like that. Not in this country. There's no reason for it. And this was in the 90s, so you know, things had started to improve slightly. And so it was at that point I went, you know what, my destiny in that sense is set out, because I need to be angry about this, and I need to be active.
Absolutely. And as I said earlier, you know, here we are today with platforms for us all to share experiences and come together. And, you know, Pride Month, obviously, which was originally what this series was about, was due to be held then. But there's so much more to talk about on that topic. But I'm just going to branch off into sport, because obviously, you know, that is a key element for you, and it's given you, again, a huge platform, hasn't it, to have a voice on this. But how do you think, just first of all, attitudes to disability sport have changed since you first got involved in skiing?
So disability sport's a fascinating one. So on the one hand, I think you look at 2012 and everyone goes, wow, we can see a different aspect to disabled people. And on the other hand, it's really driven quite an inverse narrative. And by that, I mean, quite often people will go, well, of course you're a para-athlete, because surely every disabled person can be a para-athlete if they just change their mindset and think a bit harder. They can overcome any barrier. And the truth is, yes, I can ski at 70 miles an hour. I'm still blind. I mean, you know, I get off a pair of skis and I've got a guide dog. That's it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not blind, and it's not about a mindset. And so I think I think it's done something really powerful and very profound. But equally, you know, not every able-bodied person can be an Olympian, and it's just about remembering that and kind of balancing that in people's minds.
Yeah, absolutely. And just talk to us about how you got involved in skiing, because you mentioned earlier that you didn't pick it up until later on in life when you'd actually had another career. But how you got involved in para skiing?
So I was sitting in, so I worked at a charity in London at the time, and my mate Moira said, I'm going away skiing in Zermatt with a bunch of friends. You'll like them. We've got this amazing flat for kind of hardly anything, so it's a last minute booking. Would you and your partner, my ex, want to come along? So I said, oh, do you know what? I can't ski. This is clearly a disaster. And she said, look, I'm sure someone somewhere does that stuff. So I went and kind of Googled and then found an instructor called Ben who said, no, absolutely. I will train you as a specialist instructor trained by a charity called Disability Snowsport UK, based up in Aviemore. Great charity, and that was the starter really. So I piled off to Zermatt, which if you've ever skied, Zermatt's incredible. And bizarrely during that week, I managed to rupture my ACL.
Oh no!
Yeah, because I basically just took off. So I was going too fast, wasn't able to turn because I'd only just learned to ski, managed to do my knee in.
Oh man.
But 7 months later, having done lots and lots of rehab, wandered around London on crutches with a guide dog, gone through all kinds of stuff, I was back skiing the following Christmas.
That's impressive. Brilliant.
So I was determined to get back on skis because at that point I'd decided that, you know, I like skiing.
Amazing. I mean, forgive me though, I mean, it's a great sport, you know, it's recreational, off you pop on holiday, but doing it professionally and training like, you know, for major events, to become a European champion is a completely different kettle of fish here. So to go from that into professionally competing, you know, as a blind person as well, how on earth did that transition take place? Because that is quite a leap.
It is. So I basically, Ben had coached some blind ski racers, and had said, look, you know what, you've got the makings of a good skier. You'll need to do lots of work, but I'll put you in touch. So he put me in touch with the British Disabled Ski Team, as it was known at the time. And I basically went along and they were like, okay, so you're too fat. You're not very good at skiing. So you need to fix your basic level of skiing for a start, and then you need to lose quite a lot of weight. So, and I can never quite remember, but I think I lost between 7 and 8 stone. I have this amazing before picture where I look a little bit like Elton John. It's not a strong look for me. And so I went away and did that, and you know, I've never really been that much of a gym bunny. Got into the gym, was going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week, so nothing too major, but actually going from no activity to some activity makes a huge difference. And then I went for a trial, and a second trial, and they said, you know what, do you want to join the development squad, because we think we can do some work with you. So they then put me on a kind of quite a robust fitness regime, as you might imagine. And I went to the ski centre at Hemel Hempstead twice a week.
Right, got you, yeah.
And so I was doing 6 hours a week indoors on, you know, an indoor slope.
Yeah, incredible. We've actually had a question in, because again, for those who may have joined us a little bit late, the floor is open to you as well. So if you do have a question for John, please just ping it over on Facebook or Zoom it, and we can put the questions to him. But we've actually had one here from the Leap Sports Ambassador, and it's para-athlete Stefan Hogan Radu, who would like to know, I know how much work and dedication it takes to be a performance athlete, but how do you keep your motivation up during the training sessions, or how did you keep your motivation up?
It could be really difficult at times. I think there are 2 bits to it for me. So there's that whole thing. I think being out actually helped me, because I was able to be a little bit more me. But I guess it was the fact that I hadn't realised quite how competitive I was. I always knew I was determined, but there's a big difference between quite determined and sort of basically stubborn, and being competitive. And I've discovered this really competitive side in me. And there are 2 or 3 very amazing men's visually impaired skiers. A guy called Jon Santacana, who's one of the Spanish skiers. It's just incredible. Mac Mocco from Canada, another incredible skier. And so I was like, do you know what? I want to be like those boys. And so that was my focus. And so actually I was sitting there and my focus was, I'm 10 seconds off. You know, so not an 8th or a 10th, but you know, I'm 10 seconds off, I need to close the gap. And that then changes your mindset. What do you do to close the gap? Get lighter, get fitter, get better in terms of technique, speed, whatever it might be.
There you go. That's Stefan's question coming in there for John. If you have one, ping them over and we can put them to John. You mentioned there how you think actually, you know, being out helped you there. I was going to ask you that about just, you know, how did it affect you as a professional athlete being, you know, openly out, and how did your fellow athletes treat you, for example?
It was difficult. You know, absolutely, it was difficult. I think I felt quite isolated at times, because you know, there is any sporting environment can be quite kind of male, and it was very male. And I had some really challenging experiences. So you know, there's lots of kind of very latent microaggressions. I mean, you know, it's an easy concept to understand, but I remember being introduced to a new member of coaching staff, and they said, "Oh, I've heard about you, blind and gay. That's tough."
Oh, wow.
That was the first thing they ever said to me, and they meant it in a kind of, you know, in a jocular fashion.
Yeah.
And I just sat there thinking, so the most important thing that someone felt you needed to know was that I was gay. Like, of all the things. That was a really important bit of information. So you didn't necessarily go, oh, so and so, you know, is a sit skier and they're straight.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
And isn't that my story to tell?
Yeah.
Even if you're out. So you know, and I think skiing's different to many sports in that the coaching structure and the environment is very self-led. So some of the things that you see in other sports where there's a really strong infrastructure, where equality and diversity training is compulsory, you know, it's not quite the same. It's not quite the same. So there's you know, some of those fundamental differences, I think, can prove really challenging.
Yeah, and I'd actually really love your thoughts on how you think that can improve, especially, you know, with GB snow sports and various different governing bodies, particularly I think within the winter sports, because as you say, it's very different to other bodies that we have out there. But what more can they do to help? Especially, I think, making people feel comfortable, but also, you know, being there for athletes who are out.
I think, you know, you kind of almost start at a very basic level by saying, do you know what, we don't know what we don't know. So can you tell us what we don't know? And then listening to LGBT athletes and their experiences, and then you kind of get a sense of some of the challenges. Because when you know the challenges, then you can think about the solutions. What you can't do necessarily is look at that in a vacuum and go, well, actually, do you know what, we'll just go away, do our thing, and then, you know, hopefully we'll get it right. And you can learn from, so, you know, British Athletics have set up their amazing LGBT network. Brilliant stuff. So you can learn from other organizations. But actually, snow sports, it's very different. You spend 120 days a year away with people that you may not necessarily ever want to spend a day with, let alone 120 of them. Yeah. You know, you live in this microcosmic bubble, and that brings along its own challenges. So I think firstly, accept that you don't know all those things, and then say, right, what are your experiences and how can we convert that into some meaningful learning? So that
Hi.
So thank you to Leap Sports for that conversation between John and Emma. We clearly didn't have time to show you the full conversation there. So if you'd like to hear and see that through to its conclusion, please go to the Leap Sports Facebook page and the Pride Active section, and you'll be able to see the full thing there. So really interesting, big issues at stake, just around how we basically treat each other at a most basic level. So
it kind of it brings about that systemic prejudice that's around as well in certain parts of our society, doesn't it? It's also aimed as well, and it's very powerful. He's very articulate in the way that he's able to describe and explain things. So I think it's helpful for other people that to be able to share his experiences like that. Okay, so we are just about to go to our next act, which is another music performance, and that's from an up-and-coming Glasgow band. It's John Henderson and Blair Hatton, and together they are LP. Now, before we go to that, I just want to say that when it comes up, it's not video, okay? So it's just a static picture and the music's in the background, so don't adjust your set. Don't interfere. It's okay, it's not stuck. And the other thing, though, I think it's maybe important to say is that their messages are through their songs. They do quite a lot of covers as well. And certainly, if I was sitting here and I was being Simon Cowell, I'd be saying they make them their own, as Simon always says. I could be Simon and you could be Amanda.
Simon who? Who's that, Simon?
And you could be Amanda. But they have made them their own. They're very individual, any of the covers they have done. So really interesting to sit and listen to that. I think they've just made it taken real ownership of it. But the other thing I would say, it's 6 o'clock in the evening, and some of the content I would say has adult themes in it and needs parental guidance. So if you've got young children, then I would just be saying be very aware before you listen to it, because right from the beginning, there's some the song that we go into right at the beginning has got some adult content, I would say, in it. But you have half an hour, and I would say sit back, enjoy it, and we will obviously get the chance to speak to you again in half an hour's time. John, we're just about ready to go, but anything else to tell people?
No, just to say, in addition to that, parental advisory warning there, they have great voices. They're really good singers, so you'll really enjoy.
Please don't think I'm putting you off. I just wanted to not be surprised. Now I'm thinking about if my grandchildren were watching, Natalie would be on to me saying, you should have told me about that. So I was just thinking in case anybody else, and it's tea time, so there's a good chance that'll be that there will be kids, maybe even just if people are watching it, on YouTube, on the telly or somewhere. Hopefully. The other thing, just before we go there, is please go and tell other people about what we're doing. The musicians and the artists have given up all their time to do this, and the speakers and the people that put together all the films and various inputs. Please get people along, tell your friends, talk to people, tell them we're on. I know it's tea time, you can have it on in the kitchen, you can have it on in the living room, have it on in the hall, the bedroom, whatever. You can have it on your phone. So come and join us and get involved. We would love to see you here. Okay, so I think we're just about ready. That's 6 o'clock now. So, okay, we'll see you after this.
Sniffing that cocaine all over town. Honey, don't let my deal go down. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. It was meant for horses, not for men. The doctor said it came, but he didn't know when. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Well, tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink on liquor, let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, buddy, let the cocaine be. Yeah, tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink cognac and let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. I'm walking off fields, going down Main, trying to beg a nickel for to buy cocaine. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. It'll burn out your nose, your eyes turn red. The goddamn cocaine will kill you dead. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink cognac and let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Yeah, tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink cognac and let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's killing my friends, it's gonna kill me too. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Now some of you people think you're tough, sniffing that cocaine just like snuff. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Well, tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink cognac and let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Yeah, tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink that liquor, let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, honey, let the cocaine be. Tell it to me, tell it to me. Drink that liquor, let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, buddy, let the cocaine be.
Mother, do you think they'll drop the bomb? Mother, do you think they'll like this song? Mother, do you think they'll try to break my balls? Ooh, mother, should I build a wall? Mother, should I run for president? Mother, should I trust the government? Mother, will they put me in the firing line. Is it just a waste of time? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna make all of your nightmares come true. Mama's gonna put all of her fears into you. Mama's gonna keep you right here under her wing. She won't let you fly, but she might let you sing. Mama's gonna keep baby cozy and warm. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. Of course, Mama's gonna help build the wall. But do you think she's good enough? For me? Mother, do you think she's dangerous? To me? Mother, will she tear your little boy apart? Ooh, ah. Mother, will she break my heart? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna check out all your girlfriends for you. Mama won't let anyone dirty get through. Mama's gonna wait up until you get in. Mama will always find out where you've been. Mama's gonna keep baby healthy and clean. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. You'll always be baby to me. Mother didn't need to be so high. When I passed you in the doorway, well, you took me with a glance. I should have took that last bus home, but I asked you for a dance. Now we go straight to the pictures. I always get chocolate stains on my pants.
And my father, he's going crazy. He says I'm living in the past, but I'm dancing in the moonlight. It's got me in the spotlight. It's alright. Dancing in the moonlight on this long hot summer night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm on the streets again. And it's a big awful warning. I should have been here by 10. Now we won't get out till Sunday. I'll have to stay. I stayed in with friends. Oh, but it's a habit we're forming. If it means to justify the end, 'cause I'm dancing in the moonlight. It's got me in its spotlight. It's alright. I'm dancing in the moonlight on this long hot summer night. Dancing in the moonlight, it's got me in its spotlight. It's alright. Dancing in the moonlight on this long hot summer night. Dancing in the moonlight, it's got me in its spotlight. It's alright. Dancing in the moonlight on this long hot summer night. The lunatic is on the grass. The lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games, daisy chains and laughs. Got to keep the loonies on the path. The lunatics are in the hall. The lunatics are in my hall. The paper holds their folding faces to the floor. And every day the paper boy brings more. And if the dam breaks open many years too soon, and if there is no room upon the hill, and if your head explodes with dark forebodings too, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. The lunatics are in my head. The lunatics are in my head. razor blade. You make the change. You rearrange me till I'm sane. You lock the door, throw away the key. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. And if the clouds burst, thunder in your ear, you shout but no one seems to hear. And if the band you're in starts playing different tunes, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. I've never known a girl like you before. Just like in a song from days of yore. Hear you coming, knocking, knocking on my door. And I've never met a girl like you before. Give me just a taste so I'm on board. Now my hands are bleeding and my knees are raw. 'Cause now you got me crawling, crawling on the floor. And I've never known a girl like you before. Made me realize the devil in me. I hope to God I'm talking metaphorically. I hope that I'm talking allegorically. Know that I'm talking about the way I feel. And I've never known a girl like you before. Never, 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 never known a girl like you before. Sometimes change so much, I don't feel like I belong. Too many protest singers, not enough protest songs. And now come along, and now come along. And I've never known a girl like you before.
the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, it will still be on me. Count woman, I give you mine. Oh, count woman, nothing more. Little drops of rain, whispers of pain, tears of love lost in the days gone by. But my love is strong, there is no wrong. Together we shall roll until we die. Inspiration is what you are to me. Inspiration, look and see. So today my world is smile. Your hand in mine, we'll walk the mile. Thanks to you, it will be done. For you to me are the only one. Happiness, no more be sad. Happiness, I'm glad. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea, it will still be on me. Gonna take a freight train down to the station, Lord. I don't care where it goes. Gonna climb a mountain, highest mountain. Gonna jump off, nobody gonna know. Can you see? Oh, can you see what that woman she been doing to me? Can you see? Can you see what that woman she been doing to me? Can you see? Oh, can you see
Well, how cool was that from LP?
That was great. Yeah,
What great voices.
couple of really good voices there in combo. Yeah, really enjoyed that. And Francis's warning was unnecessary after the first 5 minutes or something.
I know, but that's all it takes. That's all it takes for me to get around my about my grandchildren. So I'll just take that on board and accept responsibility for that one. I see Emma
So
Neal.
here we are. We're heading now into part 2.
We've got some technical difficulties with John there. I think, is that right? John?
Yeah.
You back?
Yeah. I'm back. I don't know quite what happened there. We had a wee bit of a kind of internet glitch. So yes, so we're heading into part 2 of the conversation between Danielle Farrell and Michael McEwen. And they are a couple of disabled people who've known each other a long time.
Dr. Danielle Farrell.
Dr. Danielle Farrell, PhD.
PhD.
Let's.
Sorry. Give her a
So
title.
that'll keep me in. That'll keep us in our good books. And Danielle and Michael have known each other a long time. They were at school together, and they've had very similar experiences, although they've had carved different paths for themselves, different experiences of the world, both as younger people and as adults. And the part of the conversation we're moving on into now takes us into the adult world and some of the issues they've faced there are in terms of their employment. So Michael's just as we rejoin the conversation, Michael is just inviting Danielle to say a wee bit about her experience working for a voluntary organisation a few years back.
Looking forward to the rest of this discussion.
But when I was doing that, I think you were working at, was it Cargom at that time?
Yeah, it was maybe a bit later than when you did Summerfield. It was, I think, it was after I graduated with my PhD. I was obviously like you at that point. I was looking for employment, and it wasn't easy because people either said you're too qualified or whatever. But like you, Michael, I was just wanting to move on from my student career and get a job. I wasn't really caring what it was, and a lot of the time, I mean, now employers should be signed up to the disability confidence scheme, which means that if somebody with a disability applies for a job, if they meet the criteria of the job, then they should get an interview. But at that time, it was still the two-tick system, and I don't think many employers were adhering to it as much as they should. But with Cargom, I don't know if you're aware, but the Good Moves website tend to advertise a lot of jobs within the subsector, or sometimes specifically if an organisation is looking for somebody with a disability, they will advertise that too, and that's what Cargom had advertised for. They were advertising for a disabled graduate, and I applied and was successful. So this was for an internship. So initially it was for 3 months. I think it was either 3 or 6 months, but then it got extended to 9 months. So yeah, so I was a development worker, and that was really good because unlike when I was a research assistant for the uni, I wasn't in a nice safe bubble anymore. Nobody knew Danielle, so I had to build those relationships and for people to get to know me, and you know, I had to build my confidence being in a completely different environment with new people, and for them to see that my disability doesn't define me and I can do the job. I mean, I had support while I was in the workplace, yeah, but it was me that were paying to do the job. So, and that's another big thing I'm sure we're going to discuss. The fact was they were paying me to do a job, so I was being paid like any other employee, even though it was an internship. So yeah, that was a good learning experience for me, but also for the employer, and I'm sure my line manager at the time would mind me sharing. It opened their eyes because I think they were a bit naive and thought, okay, we'll advertise for a disabled person, and this will bring up our ratios of disabled people we employ. But to be fair, I don't think they looked at the bigger picture as in what support I needed to be in the workplace to allow me to do the job. So I was saying things to them like, okay, I've got this job and I can do it, but I actually need a standard to allow me to be able to like use the toilet when I'm in the workplace for 8 hours a day. And they were kind of like, oh, we had never thought of that, but I'll give them the due. They supported me, and it ended up they actually paid for the equipment, and then they were reimbursed from access to work. So yeah, but I think and the challenges I mentioned earlier as well was for my support workers to understand that yeah, their job was to support me, but they were supporting me to do my job. So for me and them, my line manager at Cargom, that was a bit of a challenge at first, and how I managed that because they weren't being employed by Cargom to do the job, they were supporting me. So it was kind of, how do you manage that kind of balance in the workplace? But I think it was a learning experience for everybody.
I mean, I don't know much about Cargom, but like they've got a place in Glasgow.
Yeah, that's where I was in Govan, yeah.
Yeah, and stuff. Well, so how long were you there for, Daniel?
It was 9 months. It was 9 months for the internship. And what you said, I was kind of looking at more long-term things, which obviously we're going to speak about, but that gave me a chance to kind of realise myself that I could hold down a job.
Yeah.
It's like you said, when you've had negative experiences like we have, or any other person with disability have, it can knock your confidence and make you question whether you actually can do things, even though you know you can. So being able to participate in the internship for 9 months just reinforced to me that actually with the right support I can hold down a job.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. That's right, because it doesn't matter if you've got a disability or not. Everybody's entitled to hold down a job.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
And then so over the years, we've been back in touch, as we said, but you've done well over the years because you've got your own business now.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but that's why I wore this post up this morning, because it has your new logo on it. So I knew that we were talking about employment today, so I thought that was quite it related to it. So I thought I'll wear it. Plus, it's the first time I wore it, so. But yeah, I thought it would be relevant to today. But as you said, because of the challenges I was having applying for employment, I took the decision to start my own business, which was supported through the Prince's Trust. It's not anymore. But initially when we started, it was a Prince's Trust supported business. And it's called Your Options Understood, or Use it can be abbreviated to. We're going through a whole rebranding and overhaul at the minute, because like other businesses, I wasn't sure how or if we would survive through COVID, but it's taken a unexpected journey. I'm just sort of embracing it at the minute. But yeah, through Your Options Understood, I use my first-hand experience and knowledge of living with CP to help and support others. So do that through a range of services, including advocacy, self-directed support advice and guidance, person-centred planning support, staff training and education, and consultancy, and really anything else in between that people feel they need support with. If I can, I'll support them.
Yeah. So that's good. And have you been working with a lot of people, Danielle, then?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's partly how you and I got back in touch, because we're connected to some of the newer projects that are happening at the moment, and we're working with some of the same organisations.
Yeah.
So I work with people like In Control Scotland, Partners for Inclusion. I've helped individuals with person-centred planning and advocacy. I've done some work recently for the ILF, and for Your Options Understood. I'm trying to, like, as I've said, rebrand the business and make people know that I'm here, or that you're here, and what we do and how we can support. And in response to COVID-19, a lot of that has been moving things online to allow me to carry on supporting, and hopefully in the next few weeks you will have an e-learning platform made available, which will allow organisations from pretty much anywhere to purchase the training that I've designed. So whether we get back to the stage of being able to deliver it in person, if restrictions eventually allow, or the material that's available online, people will still be able to benefit from my first-hand experience. And without any disrespect to other training providers, I think that's where used training is different, because it is coming from lived experience as opposed to reading it in a textbook and thinking you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because we kind of go through it on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and I think that's why Yu's new tagline is so important. It is, what do I know? I only live it, because I do live it, so I do know it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And you've got a website as well, Daniel.
I got some support to do a new website through lockdown as well, which is very pink, very colourful.
Very pink, like your hair.
Yeah, very me, and very you as in the business. So yeah, I hope that the website portrays the message that I am you, or you is me, one of the two. I don't know what way you want to put that across, but yeah, because if you go onto the website, you'll see a better representation of the logo and the avatar than you can on my t-shirt, and I think the aim of that is for people to associate the logo and the avatar with me, because well, if you saw it more closely, you would see that avatar pretty much is a cartoon form of me.
Mm.
It looks quite like me in cartoon, which is quite scary.
Man, and got pink hair as well.
And it's even got pink hair and
Yeah.
turquoise glasses.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I've been quite busy as well.
Yeah, you do podcasts and all that a lot, don't you?
Yeah, so I'm basically leading the same line as you a wee bit about advocacy and giving people.
Yeah, and we
support
both
and help.
vlog a lot, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. So over
Well,
the
you've been doing vlogging for a bit longer than me right enough. I'm just new to it.
Yeah, I started to vlog back in March because everybody was saying to me before, "Oh, Michael, you should do vlogging," and I'm not really into that. But the more and more times I saw it on Facebook, I thought, well, okay, I'll give it a shot, and I dig it, and it was to speak about disability and how the coronavirus affects people with disabilities and all that. But I've kind of moved away from that a wee bit because I'm kind of speaking about other issues as well, because I don't want people to remember me the one-click pony.
Yeah,
basically.
that's so important, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but apart from like vlogging as well, like I do podcasting for an organisation called Iris, and we do a lot of research. I mean, you were on one of my podcasts.
Yeah, we did it. That feel just is that a lot? Then that feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, I know. I know. It was only April or March, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so Iris does like a lot of research into people with disabilities and mental health, and they work on a project called Iris FM, and it's more like a podcast. So I go about every month to interview different people about within the social care sector. So, I mean, for instance, I interviewed Danielle, but I'm going to be speaking to Danielle more about her business as well.
Yeah.
So, but as well as that, like I've moved into the big bag world of journalism.
Yeah, you do a lot of writing now, don't you?
Yeah, and I've not got a uniform, Danielle. I just wear this old kind of like t-shirt. I work from home, so I do a lot of writing, and I do wee bits and bobs for like Radio Scotland. Danielle, you were on Radio Scotland last week.
Yeah, I was. Yep. You kind of helped me do that. You're helping me with some other stuff at the moment to try and get you out there and for people to know that we're here and that we can support people. So that's one of the things we're working together on at the minute.
Yeah, it's very exciting. So last year, I don't know if you remember this, Danielle, but like I got commissioned to do a news piece on the Kerry, and that was actually quite exciting. I've never done anything like that before, but I was about a boy going into a nightclub, and the bouncers thought he was drunk. I don't want to say the word P. But yeah, the bouncers thought it was drunk, and it was because that he had cerebral palsy, and you know how like you can get different levels of.
Yeah, like us, we both have CP, but we're both differently affected.
Yeah, exactly. And the bouncers didn't let him in because they thought it was drunk, but eventually got in. So I got that commission off the BBC, but I thought it was quite sad as well, Daniel, because like a support agency that you get support from had to make an ID card up to say I'm not drunk, it's my disability. And I don't really like that kind of.
No,
It's going
no,
back
I
to
don't like it either.
Yeah, it's going back to like the whole labeling thing again.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so every time he goes out now, well, not at the moment, but every time he was going out, he had to carry an ID card about with him. And if anybody asks him why, you're drunk or anything, he would, he would pull it out of his pocket and say, "No, I'm not," And this boy's like Baggett speaking as well, and so that was good. And then and then I'm doing me bits and bobs for the BBC social as well at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's quite good.
And we're both involved in Control Scotland's Tuesday Talks.
Yeah. You do the first one and I do the second Tuesday, or
I do the first Tuesday of every month, and my slot is called Being Danielle.
Yeah.
So far I've done 2. The first one was about shall we say assumptions being made about me and things, and we'll go on to speak about that in a bit, I guess. And yesterday's one I just used as a bit of a platform to practice for this and talk about barriers to employment in general for disabled people. That's a really good opportunity, and especially since the world has gone digital, so it's a way of getting ourselves out there, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're looking for Danielle, just going to the thing they put it on the Facebook page, but you put it on your Facebook
Yeah,
page.
that's as well, yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll be doing next Tuesday as well.
What's that?
You'll be doing next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday Talk.
Yeah, next Tuesday, yeah. I don't know what I'm doing it on yet, but I'll come up with something.
Yeah. I suppose one thing we should mention, like Tuesday Talks, and you talked about being commissioned by the BBC, so by being commissioned, that indicates that it's paid work.
Yeah.
As is Tuesday Talks. But you and I have recently had a conversation about the fact that some work that we do isn't paid, and the assumptions are often made.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
But because we're nice people, sometimes we actually do it, but we need to learn how to say no.
Yeah, because we need to make a living just like everybody else.
Yeah, and yeah, that really frustrates me because I've done some work for newspapers, and I won't mention their names, but the put it this way, the high-profile papers, and that they didn't pay me, but it was one of these ones where I'll say, well, I'll do it, won't I do it, kind of thing, and trying to...
Yeah, I don't know about you, but then I often come to the conclusion of, well, you want to get yourself out there and you don't know what might come of it, so you just do it anyway and hope that something else comes of it.
Yeah, that's like me. We're off at a light, Danielle.
Yeah.
Pink here. Yeah. I mean, I suppose that we could spend an hour speaking about like people not paying people and all that, but I think like, people might get the gist of what we're trying to.
There was an instance where I was actually paid in vouchers for a talk that I gave.
Yeah, that's right. You were saying that.
Because the assumption was made, I found out later that if they paid me in money, that it would affect my benefits. But surely that would have been my decision to make, or should have been my decision to make. And for me, if I'm running my own business, that should be an indication to people that I would prefer to get paid. And I'm running my own business with the you being able to come off benefits. Ideally, that would be my ideal goal for myself and my business. I'm not in this for the money, not at all. I enjoy what I do. My aim is to help people. So that's why I agreed to do so much voluntary, because I just wanted to help people get the message out there and be part of changing the narrative for disabled people. So I don't want people to think that I'm in it for the money, because I'm totally not. But at the same time, I would just like
But it would be nice.
the same respect
Yeah.
as other people. And like we've said, when people are asking us to do things, especially in the disability world,
Yeah.
they're paying for our first-hand experience
Yeah.
and expertise, which non-disabled people can't provide.
Yeah, well, I suppose like when I was speaking to you last week, Danielle, about what we were going to do here, right, and like the paper that I done an article in a couple of weeks ago, and it is a big name, and I've done the work, and then I'm going to be working for a disability apps kind of website, and they never mentioned payment to me. So that I never mentioned anything about payment, because I just don't do that, because it's a bit unprofessional for me to say, you know, where's the money, and I'll do the work. But
I think sometimes you need to be able to say that sometimes, so that people don't make the assumption.
Yeah.
I hate it as well, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah, but this kind of website that I'm telling you about, they emailed me back and said, yeah, if you do this work, we'll pay so much, you know,
X amount of money.
X amount of money. And I was thinking, well, surely that's an arts organisation's website, right? But compare that to the paper that I wrote for, and you know the name of the paper. And I'm not gonna say it here, but and you're thinking, well, here's a kind of, no disrespect to this website, but here's a kind of a wee website compared to this big massive paper, and now disability website's paid me and the paper's not. So I think
it puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfair as well, but that's the way it kind of goes, you know.
Yeah.
But we've come a long way since we've left school, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most recent challenge for me was for lockdown, when, like, I'm not going to mention any names, but assumptions were made by people who were supposed to be mentoring me in my business. Assumptions were made that my business would not exist after COVID-19 and that I wouldn't be working. And I should say these assumptions were made without even trying to contact me or speak to me. And it took me asking for support from my local province to actually address the issue. And this is what he was told by somebody that I'd worked with for 5 years. And it really made me angry, like you were saying earlier, Michael, because this person was supposed to know me after 5 years. People are working with me now. They've just started working with me through lockdown, and I'm coming to the conclusion they know me better after like 4 months, 5 months, than somebody who's worked with me for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I came to the conclusion that actually this person didn't actually know me or my business, because if they did, they would have realised that now more than ever, disabled people and the organisations that support them require support and services from your options understood more than ever as we move through the pandemic. So, yeah, that was a very hard pill to swallow during the last few weeks, that actually is somebody who is supposed to know me and be mentoring me just sort of assumed about me and turned his back on me, pretty much.
I mean, you told me that story, and I was annoyed for you, but also annoyed for people that actually say that to you. But imagine that you're only one person. You know, a lot of people
Yeah.
with disability could be spoke to like that, and
Yeah, I mean, it
that's not
helps
way
sometimes
too.
I have a voice, but other
Yeah.
people don't.
But it's not fair to treat anybody like that.
No, not at all.
Um,
Not at all.
But so I better go, Daniel.
Yeah, I think we will.
It was nice to catch up with you.
Yeah, it was nice to catch up with you too, and hopefully by having this conversation, we've kind of shared the experience and let people know the reality of what it's like being disabled and trying to find employment.
Yeah, and it will help people as well, hopefully, and knock down some more barriers.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, I'll see you later, Daniel.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back.
We're
We're back. So big thanks to Michael and Danielle for that really natural and well-informed and challenging conversation. They've achieved so much in their lives, and they've overcome so many barriers. Michael is a star of the show all week here at the festival. I was lucky enough to go on a trip last year to Brussels with Danielle, and I saw it firsthand. Some of just the barriers she faces just in the physical environment, planes, hotels, taxis, restaurants. The frustrations were never ending. So it's just humbling, really, how much they have achieved and how much they're continuing to challenge us to do more.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody that the first part of that video is on Facebook now. So if people want to go and watch the first part, then that would obviously be something that they can do right away. So I have been given the job of introducing ourselves.
Yes.
So I'm just going to spend ages bigging us up, which is probably not true. But what I'm actually going to do is just say that we've prepared a film, and we have some people helping us in this film to talk about, I suppose, why we called ourselves Radical Visions in the first place. And one of the things that we would say, I think, is we are called Radical Visions, but we don't believe that the vision that we have is that radical. We don't believe, if you think about the keys to citizenship, that asking for every human being to be able to have those basic things in your life is radical. You know, have a home, have love, have purpose, have money, enough money, just enough for us all to be able to live and sustain ourselves and have help when we need it. And but what we found, John and I have been working together for a long time and in this field for a long time. And I suppose what we're feeling is that we need to hang on to that vision even more strongly in the last few years as time's going on. So we had a vision 25 years ago, longer, 30 years ago. Lots of people helped and joined us on that vision in the work that we were doing in Scotland, with lots of people all over the world working to that vision and making a difference. But I suppose what we're saying is actually we have to really work hard now to make sure that vision stays clearly in everybody's sights, and we need to work together. So our film, I'll let you see it now, we'll put it up just now, but it's basically it's some of the work we've been doing, but we're going to talk to Huey, who we met 25 years ago, and a family who we just met recently that we've been working with, and let them tell their stories and share their experiences as well, and we'll share a bit about what the work that we're doing. So let's go.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, thank you for joining us for our film today. This is John Dalrymple.
And this is Francis Brown.
And together
We are Radical Visions.
Radical Visions.
And this is Radical Visions Revisited. It was 2017 that we decided to set up, well, in fact, we did set up Radical Visions almost 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think that was the reason behind that was we wanted to kind of run with lots of the ideas that we had been working on together for many years, 25 years, which had seemed radical at the time, perhaps.
I think they were radical at the time in many ways, but absolutely should be routine now.
So, what are these ideas that were radical back in 1990 and for some reason remain radical in 2020?
Yeah, well, I think we met way back then in the work we're doing to close institutions and end institutional living. And within that, the belief that everybody should have their own home and have the right to live in their own home in the community. So that's fundamental.
Yeah. I think we were also trying to increase awareness that folk with disabilities could enter the workplace and could find paid employment, and that should be a kind of normal, natural kind of expectation that anyone would have for their life.
Yeah.
And maybe based on a foundation of education and learning, whether that was vocational or otherwise. And again, the kind of thing that maybe people didn't get the chance to have.
Yeah, but just we should all expect.
Yeah.
And I suppose the other part of what we also believed was there was a lot of people moving out of institutional care. But what we wanted to be very clear about is just moving from one institution to another isn't an option, and that being included in the community is more than just living in the community. So it really is about having an active part in your relationships, your family life, and your community, and being able to bring and offer the gifts you have to contribute. So being part of an active part of community and a citizen.
And I suppose kind of underlying lots of these ideas and principles and ways forward was that Universal Declaration of Human Rights that a lot of the time gets a bad press, but is really foundational to making sure that people with disabilities and other kind of complications in their lives are not just shoved to the side, but are just seen as equal citizens, whether children or adults, given the same status, given the same opportunity, and that they should be able to have the same kind of expectations for their lives as anyone else.
Yeah. Citizenship. So I think it's important for us to, before we talk about more about Radical Visions and what we're doing now, to maybe just take a step back and remember what some of those fundamental values were and are. And we're going to be joined in a minute by Huey, and Huey's going to tell us a bit about his story. We met Huey way back in 1996 when we were involved in Inclusion Glasgow being set up and the hospital closure programme in Glasgow. And Hugh's going to share his story, which I think I find really inspirational. We'll do this last bit later, right? Did I come in? Did I interrupt you? Yeah, you're all right. It's
Yeah,
it's cool.
So it's great to have Huey McIntyre joining us in this film. Francis and I met Huey some 25 years ago to the north of Glasgow under the strangest of circumstances. And Fran, you're going to start just asking Huey some questions, I think.
Yep, Huey, one of the things I wanted to ask you was how important was it to you to have your own home when you moved out of hospital? Very important in my life was to have my own, just to get out of the castle and have my own freedom and do things that I haven't done, and starting to fit in with other people. And now living in my house
it's just feel like I've got my own freedom. That I've always felt like this is my own place. That I always like my own space, and so I could not to be picked on all the time and that. And it's been great. My life has absolutely changed. I remember the first time when I moved into the when they were staying over, sleeping over, and I decided to stop the sleepover and let them go back home to spend more time with their family and that. But they wouldn't want to do that. But they wanted to make sure that I'll be okay with a sleepover, and that's it. And that's it. No, just go home, spend Christmas with your family and that. And since that happened, then it started to change. And I was more like put myself and trust myself to do what I can do.
Even from then, Hughie,
Yeah.
the support you get now is really different again, isn't it? You don't get a lot of support at all now.
And I only get granting on a Monday, and granting on a Monday and a Thursday. I don't have anybody on a Tuesday or a Friday or a weekend, but because Grant's leaving at the end of October, he's actually coming in a Saturday now until that. But that's I don't know how it works now, because one of the days I might not want any staff coming in. I want to have try and lift up my own money again, because it's all changed because of this lockdown and that. It was putting a lot of pressure on me. And thanks for Grant for getting me up with Zoom meeting and that to keep in touch with my friends, because if I didn't have that, I wouldn't know what to do.
It's amazing that you've been in that one house all those years since you left Lennox Castle, isn't it?
I'm all by myself. I get people coming to my door and ask me, if you want anything, don't hesitate. I'll come by and see if you want anything. And always, I get the police coming to my door to check on me. I get the social workers from the council phoning up to check on me to see if I'm okay, if I'm handling the lockdown, and if I'm not distressed because of what's happening. I just tell them, no, I'm fine. I just tell them, you don't need to keep phoning to check on me. I remember the good days when I was in the castle. I met Emma, you, and Simon in the hospital grounds. And when I was upset, I ran out, and Emma took me out and brought me to the office inclusion. And that's when I first met Francis and Simon. And then I was kind of really upset, and Francis didn't like to see that in me, because it was upsetting you, wasn't it, Francis, to see me being upset? When I went in the minibus and driving at the main gate, I was like, thank God to see the back of the place. But all that was in my head was thinking about the other people who were still there, that I was trying to get them out. I was like talking for them as well. And I was a bit scared, because it was like, I remember seeing this at when I first came out, when I went to Manchester, when I did the big conference talking about this castle, Lennox Castle, in front of all the students that were there. And I remember when I first came out, I was like scared, because I didn't know where I was going to go to, and I didn't know what the outside, because I haven't been outside the gate, because I didn't know what the outside world what it was going to be like, what the people were going to treat me like, because I don't know if they were going to treat me nice or bad or whatever. And when I got out, some people did treat me bad, but I just turned a deaf ear and turned around and said to them, I turned around and said to them right at their face, I said, I've got learning disability. Deep inside, I'm a person. I'm a flesh and blood human being, and I should be treated with respect.
So Hughie, one of the main things that I know that you're passionate about is your acting, and you've been doing that for years since you came out of Lennox Castle Hospital. Tell us a wee bit about some of the stuff you've been doing.
Well, I'm actually got some videos and I've done. Well, my first thing I did was a story on the Citizen Theatre's Ghost, and it's about the ghost in that in the Citizen Theatre. And when I first started my acting was with Rachel, and I was telling Rachel about the Sunny Dunny in the castle, and we started to do a wee
Sunny Johnny.
Up with the idea. Shoots, we take photographs and start using photos, and we started to do that. And I was the evil sorcerer holding the
We need
key.
to ask you what you still want to achieve. What things do you still want to do that you haven't managed to achieve yet in life? What's your dreams?
My dream is get settled down, get married, and have kids. I could have some kids to follow my footsteps. And I proved the castle wrong. I proved the castle right that I wasn't coming back. So I was glad to say to them, man, you're better than that. And they're always saying, you'll be back in the castle. And I'm going, no, I won't. No, I'm only want to share a house with anybody else.
No, I know.
I just don't want, I want to know how to handle it. Because it'll make me think about the castle.
Yeah.
And that. Because I don't want to share my house. But what I was saying before, if anybody is sharing a house that doesn't go on well with people, don't let them walk over you. You stand up for yourself and say to yourself, be strong with it, and don't let anybody tell you what.
Yeah, we would say that people shouldn't have to.
Yeah, no. Some people have got to speak up for themselves, but some people don't have anything like that. There's people in wheelchairs, people can't talk. Got to speak up for the ones that can't speak up for themselves. And I'm saying as the people it's come out of Lennox Castle, and people with learning disability, young or wee kids or old kids, don't let them boss you about. You just got to stand up for yourself and tell them, I'm a human being, I'm a person, and you shouldn't be treating me like that. I've got feelings, and that's what I've been saying to people all my life. I've got feelings. You shouldn't be treating me like that, because every time you call me names, it hurts. I don't want to see anybody being picked on or because of their size or their colour of their skin. They need somebody who can speak up for them, and I could be that man. I could be that guardian.
So you have to wonder why it is that 30 years on, these ideas about how life might be for folks is still so difficult, so radical.
Yeah, I don't think it's just one thing that you need to consider and think about. But I do think one of the things might be that people are still not valued as whole citizens, and sometimes that people wouldn't acknowledge that or feel that. And the system seems to have a way of just rebooting itself as well, no matter what transformation, because there are considerable changes that have happened in that 25 years, and we'll talk about the legislation for support, self-directed support in a minute, but it finds a way of just continuing to regain control, and that's one of the big difficulties, I think, is unpicking the system.
So I suppose it's really worth reminding ourselves that in Scotland at the moment we have a big opportunity to do things differently. We do have the self-directed support legislation and the statutory guidance that backs it up. And if you take those two things together, I think they create and provide a really good, strong platform for putting some of these radical ideas into practice alongside people.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's something that we should absolutely be celebrating. I don't think the legislation itself offers so much opportunity. We've got the 4 options, and obviously we've got some real creativity within the new 4 options that people can use, lots of flexibility. And we also know that people can really achieve some amazing things when they get the opportunity to use self-directed support in the right way.
As we'll see in this film.
So, having had the opportunity there to hear Huey talk about his life, and having talked a wee bit earlier on about the legislation, what we've got in place now to make self-directed support a reality for everybody, what we were finding was that there was a considerable gap between that legislation, what was possible and what was actually happening. And we were working with more and more people who were coming to us looking for help. And it wasn't just advocacy, it was very much solutions and ways to navigate the system and support to navigate the system.
So, as a way forward with this, we thought that it would be good to get together with some colleagues who could help us build the kind of solutions that people need when they're looking for advocacy, they're looking for some help with planning, they're looking for other bits of support that might be legal. And out of that emerged Advocacy Plus. And joining us now, we have Keith Etherington from Ed Patrol Scotland and Dion McCabe from Civil Rights First.
It was a reaction to what we'd started doing, really, wasn't it? We were actually in the process of working with people, and that's what they needed. And so we developed that way of working, and then I think Advocacy Plus became the description of that way of working alongside people, but being very solution focused and not just kind of one or the other, you know, doing planning or helping somebody think about what they wanted, but actually being able to advocate alongside them as well.
Sometimes the advocacy bit can lead you down a negative path. And I know that's true for me. I can get kind of hung up on the assertion of people's rights and get into a bit of a fight around things. And I think sometimes there is a place for that, but if you're not bringing it back to something that's useful.
I think it is that effective advocacy, but it's actually more than advocacy as well, which is why I think it's Advocacy Plus, because I think it came from understanding and people coming forward whose situations needed something to help sort them out, help find a solution, help them navigate their way or unblock what was getting in the way. And whilst advocacy might have been there, advocacy wasn't the thing that was going to unblock. So we needed something more than advocacy.
I think certainly from my perspective, sort of some of the local authorities that we've worked with hadn't really thought of self-directed support in the way that we're trying to present it through the cases, which is a really positive thing as well, because then we're spreading an idea basically of this is what can be used, this is what can happen really for people, and it's all person-centered planning. What does a good life look like for people, and how do we achieve that? And the local authorities have looked at it in a very sort of some local authorities quite clinical, you know, this is what you're allowed to have, and sometimes they don't even inform people what they're allowed to have. So yeah, I think it's certainly been a really positive idea for families and individuals, but also for the people who are implementing the self-directed support through the local authority.
The system, and I suppose part of Advocacy Plus and what we want as part of that radical vision is to keep working out how to affect the system in a bigger way, as well as those individual help and support those individual situations.
I very much see it as a process as well, because it has to be a moving, fluid process, because someone may want to have a particular set of things in place at the time of their assessment, but a year later that could have changed. And so it's about how do we help people to navigate their way through that process. It doesn't necessarily mean just because a decision's been agreed that that's going to be the way it's going to be for that person and their family for the foreseeable future. Things can change, and I think I like the name Advocacy Plus, because you're right, it's plus, and there's so many different threads to it. I mean, I couldn't do my job as well without your amazing person-centered planning, and
as well about there's something really important about connecting the planning to something that's more than just a plan as well. You know, it's that plus, keep going plus, but plus, but there's something about how does that then shape into something that's important, connect to that budget or the money that's available, that service design thing. And I don't it feels wrong to talk about it as a service design, because not, you know, it's obviously people's lives, but if you don't think about it in that way, then I think the plan can also not have the impact that it could have unless you're connecting all those things together. So the budget, the plan, what is it that's important in this person's life, and then how are they going to get the support they need, which is it's often the bit that's hard for people to connect under self-directed support. How do we use that resources, all of the resources that people have, all of the people in their lives, all of that needs to be thought about, and that then comes up, that then becomes the plan or the solution that we can help people think about.
But actually, it's also okay if people come and they don't actually use all those bits as well, because some people will come and actually it might be a relatively simple bit of what could be seen as advocacy or helping them to write a letter or whatever it is. That's okay as well.
Well, absolutely. I would, one of the cases I was working on yesterday, it's knowing how much support to give and how much, because sometimes it's just empowering one member of that family and they just feel so supported to go on and so it's, if they want to have full advocacy, then that's available. If they want to just have help to compile a letter or the other sort of end of the scale, then that's fine too.
As you were saying before, Bjorn, there have been some really good results for some families, haven't there?
Really positive.
In terms of outcomes, in terms of getting a sustainable budget for things.
Getting back that more recently now to show how it does work and how it can benefit people and what we can achieve with it. So actually, hopefully we'll be in a stronger place to attract some funding to make sure that more people have access to it, because that is the downside, isn't it? That it's still as people find us really at the moment.
Yeah, ad hoc in a sense, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's ad hoc. Yeah. So in 10 years time, 5 years time, where would you like to see Advocacy Plus?
Good question, isn't it?
Well, ideally you would like to see Advocacy Plus no more.
I would as well, yeah. No, in 10 years time, definitely. We'll go for 5 years, Keith. That's maybe easier.
Yeah. It needs to be, because it's more about a way of doing things rather than anything else, isn't it? So it's about actually, if it's still needed, it needs to be dynamic, so it needs to be able to continue to change, and other people need to be providing that sort of that style or type of support that covers the whole aspect, aspects of people's lives.
So maybe we're going to design a blueprint for navigating your way around self-directed support in Scotland. We're going to be loved for that.
It would be if it worked. It would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
I think we have done that, haven't we? Let's be honest. I think if you think about the work that we've done, that's exactly, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Dion. We have got a blueprint that works. It's about how do you scale that up while we need to. So I think we're talking about it as well here very nicely, but it's a really exciting thing to be part of. When it works, it's amazing. It's that kind of, it's so hard at times, and so when a family, a person is able to kind of see the benefit of self-directed support and getting the life that they want and getting the budget that they need to provide the resources they need for what it is brilliant, and so it's a real celebration, I think. So having heard a bit about Advocacy Plus and what it is, what we thought would be really helpful now is to just see it in action and hear a real story from a real family. This story, I think, is one that just demonstrates how positive Advocacy Plus can be when everybody's working together and all the different organisations have worked together. So we're just about to meet Anne and Robert Haddle, who's going to talk about their daughter Jane.
Robert and Anne, thank you very much indeed for taking part in this recording this afternoon. I'm really interested to begin with just about what sort of help you were needing when you first tried to get in touch with Radical Visions.
You start. We had been involved in a project with Social Work Department and the local health board to look at planning ahead for the future and looking at providing provision for Jennifer and some friends to live independently in the community. We started in 2005 and it was getting on to 2019 and we hadn't really made much progress. So what happened was the house came up for sale in our street, and we went to have a look at it, and we thought, yeah, this would be suitable for Jennifer.
Yep.
So we thought, we're getting older, we're having health problems, so we thought, right, luckily enough, we had saved up money. This was for our wonderful retirement. So we used that to buy the house for Jennifer.
Right.
So we did that, and we thought, well, the authorities will be pleased. We've got a house. All they need to do now is provide a care package.
Yeah.
And we thought that would be quite an easy thing to do, but it turned out it wasn't.
So what happened next then?
Well, I decided to contact everybody I could think about for help. Wrote to Nicola Sturgeon, MSPs, local councillors, organisations like Enable, Mental Welfare Commission,
and the local SDS.
And then eventually we got in touch with In Control Scotland.
And one of the first things that I met Daniel, obviously, who was a social worker, and I also asked them to identify a budget for you. Do you remember that? When we started having conversations and started doing some planning and finding out a lot about Jen, obviously. But we asked them to do that, which was really, really helpful because they did it. And then it meant that we knew really clearly what the amount of money was in terms of being available for them.
The budget then was really the amount of money already being spent on Jennifer.
No, they added money onto the budget that they were prepared to pay. Right. So there was a negotiation to be had.
Yes.
But what we were saying is, if you can, you probably know what you're prepared to pay.
Right.
And if you could tell us that up front.
Yes.
Then that would be really helpful for us, because then we can really look and see, this is the amount of money, how can we make that work?
Right.
I think it gave us an opportunity of looking at things a different way. As Francis had said before there, that, you know, we worked with services in the past that said, when this happens, it must be 2 to 1, two staff for Jennifer. And Francis looked at other ways of, it made you rethink, do we really need 2 staff? And then we brought in our own personal experiences. When we looked after Jen, Robert was working and I was looking after Jen, and I had to do all these tasks myself.
Yeah.
We're just feeling more secure now at the moment. We can see that the way things are at the moment with the organisation that's on board to look after Jennifer, that she's going to be looked after when we're not here. And it looks like we may get our wish.
That she'll be safe and happy and have a good quality of care and a good life, you know, when we're not here.
It takes somebody from outside to actually come in and advocate for us. Be an advocate for us. The advocacy really was the prime mover.
My overriding kind of thing I take from it is look how we can do it when we do it together.
So we hope that's given you a flavour of the kind of work that we're trying to tackle and the things we're trying to achieve through Advocacy Plus, illustrated there by Jennifer's story. So it's been great having this chance to spend some time with you, to share something of what we do and what we believe in, and we hope that you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
It's
getting dark. It's getting dark. You are.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
So, how,
So
do we,
we've got,
how do we comment in our own video?
we don't. Well, no, we don't. We just say without Sonia Busher and the Values into Action Scotland team, it wouldn't have happened. So big thanks to Sonia and to everybody else. We are we've eaten into some of the time of the next.
All right, 2 minutes. Okay.
So yeah, so just final thing, just to visit our website. Let us know if you want to get involved in anything that we are doing through the website, and yeah.
Can I say a special thanks, obviously, to Anne and Robert and to Hughie? And I suppose just Advocacy Plus is a big part of what we've been doing, but we're working with lots of other organisations in lots of different ways. So again, get in touch with us on the website to hear more about some of the other things we're involved in, which is really exciting, some of the other things, and very diverse. I just wanted to say that. And we'll shut up.
We'll shut up and we'll go to the Life I Want, which began as a partnership between various organisations in Glasgow and the City Council, and which now has its own status as a project run, coordinated, managed by Values into Action Scotland. And Donna Marie Spear is heads that up. And the focus on tonight's section is relationships. And over to Donna Marie and the crew.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks for joining us today here at We Are One CitizenFest.
No Labels, No Walls Festival. I'm John Paul. My name is John Paul Moffat. I'm National Director of Dictionary Scotland. And this is my kind of like my co-star. Eh?
Careful now, what are you going to call me?
I was going to say my co-star for today, Donna Marie Spear, from who's the coordinator for the Life I Want. So today we are here to talk to you about the Life I Want public social partnership here in Glasgow, and in particular the work we are doing in our relationship work stream. Jason Mates is the lead partner of the Life I Want's relationship work stream, and I am a partner in the group. Donna Marie's job is to coordinate all of the work streams and make sure that everyone is supported to meet the objectives we set.
And as John Paul can tell you, that usually just includes breaking the presentations. So anything that goes wrong, that's like on me. Absolutely nothing to do with John Paul, who's a seasoned professional.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you a very quick introduction to Life I Want and tell you the reason why we are here today. What is the Life I Want? Life I Want is a public social partnership led with learning disabilities. It aims to improve life for everyone with learning disabilities by giving them opportunities to help change the way that existing services support them, and by helping to create and pilot new services or activities where there are gaps in support for access. The Life I Want also exists to challenge perceptions about what people with learning disabilities can do, or in most cases are told they can't do. Yeah, so on to yourself, Donna Marie.
Thanks very much. So At the Life I Want, what we try to say is that we're a real voice for change. There's nothing kind of tokenistic about it. To give you a little bit of the background, then the partnership kind of started when, back in 2013, people will maybe remember, they started closing down a lot of the day services in Glasgow. And that was where the Life I Want started from. But after a couple of years, there was an opportunity to change the way that the partnership was working. And at VIAS, which it Values into Action, which is who I work for, we felt really strongly that the partnership really needed to be led by people with disabilities themselves. And to that extent, we held an event, we asked people about the things that were important to them, the things that they really wanted to work on and to challenge. And from that, we kind of changed the whole idea and the whole ethos of how the partnership works. So it's real, it's meaningful, there's proper opportunities for people to get involved and take part in things and talk about their experiences. And we're now in our 3rd year of working this way and got successful big lottery funding to continue on until the end of 2022 it will be now. So yeah. So moving on, John Paul.
Yep. It's still your slide.
Oh, it's still with me. Sorry, there we go. What did I say earlier? If it all goes pear-shaped, it will be me who forgets what I'm supposed to be reading out. So what do we work on? Well, we've got 5 main themes that we work on around health and well-being, around relationships, about transitions, which is about moving on from school or college or moving on to something new at any stage in your life, really. About work, having a job, having some money, and also about housing and the importance of having your own place, where you live, and the community that you're part of. So we're always looking for new people to get involved. So actually, if you are really interested in any of those topics and you want to get involved, there's a chat on the side. You can put something in the chat, get that recorded, and we'll be able to get back to you. Or at the end, we'll tell you a little bit more about where the Life I Want's Facebook page is, if you want to like that, and you can see up and coming any of the things that we're doing and meetings that we're having and things like that. So yeah. Moving on to you this time for sure, John Paul.
Relationship work team lead partner, Datesmate Scotland. As it says at the beginning, I'm the National Director of Datesmate Scotland. Datesmate is Scotland's national dating and friendship agency run by for people with learning disabilities. We have been helping people in Glasgow and the west of Scotland find a friendship, and if they're looking for long-term relationships for well over 10 years now, because I'm one of the directors who have been here since the very beginning of Datesmates, which is just over 12 years ago. We also have branches in Aberdeen, Renfrewshire, and a branch which launched on Valentine's Day 2019 in Falkirk. We are delighted to be the lead partner organisation in the Life I Want relationship work stream. Relationships work stream. So the members of the relationship work stream decided to tackle 2 big questions. What are the barriers to help to people having good and positive relationships, and what can we do to help people overcome those barriers? To achieve practical results, we split into 3 action groups. One looked at the accessibility of transport and venues. One looked at ways to link people together. And the third tackled ways of raising people's awareness. This third group has led to a number of different activities.
Okay.
Back to you, Dominique.
Yeah, so like John Paul was saying, the group which we kind of like called our awareness raising group really wanted to do something something practical, and what you can see now on the screen to the left hand side is our guide to supporting positive relationships for parents and carers. Now, the idea for that guide actually came from one of the partners in our group, Kim. You can actually see our photograph there. And she felt really strongly that one of the most important things that that needed to do was for people to be able to tell not just their parents and carers, but actually their wider support circle about the type of help and support that actually they need, to think about relationships, to think about safety, to think about what it actually means to be in a relationship. And so that was like published last February, and it was really successful. And that also led on to the Relationships Charter, which you can see over there on the right, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. But it's really important to say that all of this work was actually was written by the people who are part of the group. You know, it's what they feel is important. It's what they thought that a kind of really strong message that had to get out there about the support that's really needed, so that people can have those good and positive relationships in their life. And we had a couple of events for that. We had two really big events, one up in Barrowfield and the other one in the Pearce Institute, and over 130 people came to hear us talking about that. So obviously it is you know, it's a hot topic, isn't it really, John Paul, about relationships and about the importance of relationships. And that's to say as well, not just from a romantic point of view, but just about people being able to develop and nurture good friendships, and maybe from those friendships,
kind of socialise.
Yeah, socialise, and other things will then develop out of that. On the back of doing the big events and having all those people came along, what was also pointed out to us that it would be really good if we could take that on a kind of a roadshow. So we did that as well. You know, we've been to different places. We've been over to Easter House, and we've been to the Included project, and we've been to different places as well, just expanding on that message, talking about that, and letting people get involved. And we always get really good feedback, you know, don't we, about people saying, you know, it's really important, it's a really important message. So we're delighted to be here today, because obviously with lockdown and everything that's happening in the world, we can't actually be out there with people the way that we would be normally. But being part of this festival for CitizenFest has given us the opportunity to maybe get that message out to other people in the world. Where, I mean, there's people going to be part of this from Helsinki and from Los Angeles, and who knows where else in the world people might be watching. So if you are watching us, thanks very much. We hope you enjoy the message.
Let's see those partner experiences.
Yeah. So again, just if we were doing this in the real wide world, then the people whose pictures and stories you're just about to hear, they would normally be with us, and they'd be up on stage, they'd be telling their own stories. So hopefully they'll forgive us for telling their stories on their behalf as best as we can. So we'll move on.
This is Jordan and his girlfriend Roxanne. Jordan first met Roxanne in the Life I Want operating group 3 years ago, where they started speaking to each other. They then met again as a relationship work stream. After that, they started talking on Facebook, and then agreed to meet up as friends a few times. It was in September 2017 when they first started seeing each other, and then becoming a couple. They haven't looked back since. Jordan and Roxanne went on their first holiday abroad to Menorca last May, where they sat by the pool, went for walks, visited the water park, and ate lots of lovely food. They joke that they didn't kill each other on this first holiday together. They have also been to London for the weekend to visit the Harry Potter studios, which he said was amazing.
Oh yeah, it was. I went last year too. It was brilliant.
In the future, Jordan and Roxanne would like to move into their first house together with their own mortgage. In fact, Jordan's just got the keys to his first ever house. So congratulations to Jordan. Get engaged and then get married. They both still regularly attend Life I Want meetings and say that they are grateful to the life I want, as without this they would never have met. They are both looking forward to the future and what is may hold.
Yeah, and also just to say there on that, I did say to Jordan the other day, and I said to him, so when's Roxanne moving in with you then? And he laughed and he said, well, see, when she just doesn't leave to go back to her own place, then I guess that's when she's moved in with me. I also just like to briefly take this opportunity to just once again congratulate Jordan on his new job. So Jordan has just recently started working with Thera Scotland as their Service and Quality Director. So big congratulations to Jordan for that. It's always really, really great to see people moving on to bigger and better things. So well done.
Yeah, this is some of you might see at the Are One Plus No Labels No Walls kind of festival. This is Michael McEwen, and this is his girlfriend Lane. Michael has cerebral palsy. Michael is the chair of the East Renfrewshire Disability Action and has quite a few different jobs. He does some freelance work for BBC Scotland, as well as podcasts for a new radio station where he does like a sports section called Indie Live, which he does a sports section for the weekend and all that. Michael is also involved in the Stay Up Late Scotland campaign, as well as lots of other things too. I don't think he has a lot of free time at all. For example, when I meet up with him, it's always you have to pick a diary appointment. Lane doesn't have a disability, and some people think that this is strange, but they have been happily living together for almost 10 years, and all their friends and family support them. It doesn't really matter to them at all. Love is love.
For sure, definitely. So actually here we've got an absolutely beautiful publicity shot here. So this is Billy and Jackie. Billy and Jackie take part in the Life I Want, and they've also come along to speak at our relationships events. Jackie and Billy are also members of People First Scotland, which some of you might know about. People First work with us in the Life I Want as well. They're our partners there. Jackie and Billy have been together for a number of years, and they've got like quite a nice kind of like relationship. They support one another, and as Jackie says, that sometimes everybody has their own strengths, and maybe they have some things that they're not so good at as well, and her and Billy are a really good fit. So sometimes they think there are times when Jackie might need some help with some things, and Billy's there for her to support her, and then that can quite easily just work the opposite way around as well. that Jackie can actually provide some support to Billy with some things. Like everybody else, as she said herself, sometimes they get on one another's nerves, but don't we all? Isn't that just life? But underneath that, they love one another very, very much indeed. So this picture that you're seeing here on the screen is a piece of work that that came out through our health and wellbeing work stream, and we did some work around the new bowel cancer screening kits. I mean, so that doesn't sound like all that great, does it? Bowel cancer screening, but actually it's something that's really important. It's something that we probably don't think about. And when they were designing the kits and looking at how did they make sure that the kits were accessible and that the information went along with it was all easy read, and then they came to us as part of the health and wellbeing work stream to look at that with them. And as part of that, Billy and Jackie got the opportunity to take part in a national media campaign for that. So well done to them as well. Okay, so we're going to move on, and John Paul, I'm forgetting now, is it me that's saying something about David and Ashley Ann?
Yep.
It is. Okay, brilliant. So this is David and Ashley Ann. David actually is one of my colleagues at VIAS. David works for us as a quality checker. But David, again, is another man of many talents, and he also works in security at football matches and other places, concerts and gigs and things like that. And he also does some support work too, just when he can fit that in. David and Ashley probably first met maybe about 5 or 6 years ago when they were both on a night out, and I'm actually just going to read out word for word, because this is what David said in his own words. So David said, "When I first laid eyes on Ashley, I thought that we could at least be friends, and hopefully more than that, as I thought she was cute. I eventually managed to get the courage to speak to her on Facebook. We spoke to one another loads, and then we became friends. And by now I felt that I could ask Ashley out on an actual date. So the first date was to the cinema. They went to see Pitch Perfect 2, and then they went to the Chinese buffet and finished their date off with a walk along the Clydeside. So David actually proposed to Ashley Ann in 2016. And if we just move on to the next slide, you'll see there's David and Ashley on their wedding day. Don't they look amazing? So they got married in 2018 in March. They picked March. March was an important time for them, just in terms of that was when they made their relationship official, and also there were other significant things in terms of their own families that made March a good time to get married. And it was a beautiful day. The two of them looked absolutely amazing. David was so handsome in his kilt, and Ashley, wow, Ashley was just stunning. And there we go. There's just a beautiful little shot there of their rings. So again, David's words, David said, "We're now looking forward to spending the rest of our lives together. We're looking forward to planning for our future, and hopefully we'll be having kids as part of that future." So there you go. I don't know what else to say about that. That was definitely finishing on a high. We'll move on now. On the next screen, we've got a video clip from Dates and Mates from you guys, John Paul. It's in 2 parts. I'm going to press the button. I'm going to hope that it works and it plays. If it doesn't, as usual, it's on me. So here we go.
I went to a pub for a meal and I paid for our lunch. And I couldn't stop laughing. Really? I really. He came home ecstatic. He ran upstairs, he then came running down, so I've got a picture of her. Would you like to see a picture? And Kirsty said, "Oh, he's really, really nice." And it was just so sweet and so nice. I went to a pub for a meal and I paid for our lunch. I think it's more an old-fashioned point of view that maybe adults with learning disabilities can't get married, can't have relationships.
In my head, I thought that Mr. Right would be somebody that was funny, nice, kind, and take me places.
Oh, somebody caring and lovely and easy to talk to. I'm very, very happy, yes, and in love.
Oh.
What do you think? What do you all think of that? The videos are available to watch again on the Dayspeak's Facebook page, so please watch again and share it if you can. So, as we said earlier, we have some parents who have been involved with the group, who have talked to us about what it means to them as a parent to see their son or daughter have full, rounded lives, including relationship and whatever challenges that might bring. I'm going to ask Dawn Marie to tell us one parent's story.
Thanks, JP. So, okay, so up there on the screen now you'll see Liz. That's Liz and her son Jonathan. Quite often we use all these words and phrases that, you know, kind of like aren't really very personal, you know, like non-verbal, non-communicative, and you know, so if we wanted to kind of like go on that basis, then we would say that Jonathan doesn't talk, but just because Jonathan doesn't talk, that does not mean that Jonathan does not communicate. And quite often, especially with relationships for people with learning disabilities, is really, really hard. If you've got more complex needs, then probably in terms of the people who are providing you with the care and support that you need in your life, then probably thinking about relationships is really, really low down the agenda if you've got more complex needs. But actually, it's just as important to anyone else. Jonathan's got a really full life, and Jonathan's had lots of opportunities to do lots and lots of different things. He has got nieces and nephews. You can see there his little niece there at the bottom of the screen, and the picture up the top, that's Jonathan out at the Experience in Hillington going go-karting. Jonathan's also been skiing as well, or as the kind of assisted skiing at the Snow Factor place in Braehead, and he's done lots and lots of really like amazing things that probably if he didn't have really good support in his life, that people would maybe have said that he couldn't do these things, but he can do these things. And he gets so much enjoyment out of doing it. And like I say, not being able to talk doesn't mean that you can communicate. But his mum Liz told me a story once about a time when Jonathan actually spent a little time in a residential school, and that Jonathan himself had made a really good connection with a young lady there, and they used to seek one another out. So Jonathan would make sure that he went and he found her, and if he was out of his chair and on the floor, then he would crawl over and he would go searching in the rooms until he found her, and then the two of them would sit together and they'd be quite happy and in one another's company, and they'd be sitting and they'd be holding hands, and that relationship quite clearly meant a great deal to Jonathan and to his girlfriend as well, and brought them both some joy and some pleasure in their lives. And they were supported to do that with the staff in the residential area at that time, and it was really lovely to see that they both sought that out for themselves, as all of us do. You know, all of us find people that we have a connection with. And we just wanted to put this in here just to say that it's really important as well to think about people who may, on the surface of things, seem like they can't make those choices, they can't make those decisions, that actually that yes, they can, and that for us, and potentially for us, for people who support, that it's really, really important that we think about that too, that everybody, absolutely everybody, regardless, still wants to have those relationships in their lives, and that we can do something about that, about making sure that we see it, that we identify it, and that we help support and encourage it.
Yeah, so what next? Thank you, Dominique. It's good to know that there are parents out there who support us. But there are still lots of them who are frightened for us. We're hoping this work we are doing will help to take away some of these fears. So what about our charter then? How does it fit? How does that fit in with our work?
Well, we've got colleagues in England, an organisation called Choices Support, and they started a campaign called Supported Living. And you'll see there on the screen a statistic there, and it says, in the UK, only 3% of people with learning disabilities live as part of a couple. If we compare that to the rest of society, then that's a really, really small number, isn't it, really? So we wanted to think about what we could do in terms of having a similar campaign up here in Scotland, and that obviously has started already with the Guide to Supporting Positive Relationships, with our charter that we're just about to move on and speak about now. And we also, part of the work that we're doing is speaking to the Care Inspectorate as well. Now the Care Inspectorate, they go out and they look at how well services do, how well they support people, how good they are, and part of that we're asking the Care Inspectorate to think about is for them to think about and to start asking support organisations, what kind of training and support do their actual staff get to be comfortable and to be confident to actually help provide this kind of support to the people that they support. So we're going to be asking everybody to get behind that and help us to kind of like roll that out. But speaking of our charter, then we're going to move on and have a look at the charter now. So that everybody knows what we're talking about when we keep banging on about our relationship charter. So
yes, let's all have, yep, so it's my human right to be an equal citizen, form close friendships and relationships of my choice, make my own choices unless there is a legal reason why I do not have capacity, have access to proper and relevant sex and relationship education and advice so I can make informed choices.
Okay. So continuing on, it is my human right to be supported in a way that allows me to explore and express my sexuality safely and respectfully, to be treated with dignity and respect, and to have my right to privacy respected, to experience things and to learn from my mistakes, to be safe from sexual and other forms of abuse, and to get married and to have a family if that's what I choose. Now, those are all really important statements. Those are the rights that everybody should have in their lives. But for many people with learning disabilities, then that's not often the case, and a lot of those rights actually are taken away from them. But we're working, like I say, really hard to try and challenge that and to say that no, these are human rights. These are the rights that everybody should have, and it's really important that people's voices are heard, and that they do actually get all of these rights, which they are so rightly entitled to. And it's up to all of us, really, isn't it? It's up to all of us to make sure that people get that good support. Then, you know, it's support staff, it's friends, it's family, it's the people that you have in your support circles and your networks, the people that are paid or unpaid to actually to support people, to make sure that actually they're thinking about these things and making sure that people do actually get these rights. So, if you're watching this, what do you think? Do you think you do have these rights? Do you think that they're taken away from you? We've got the chat box. There is a chat box. Anybody that wants to make any comments, have a think about this. Anybody that wants to get a copy of the charter emailed out to you, just fire things in the chat box. Okay. And we'll gather all that in and get back to you, send out any information to you that you might want or need. Okay. But back to you, John Paul, just to think about the barriers to having a relationship.
There was some research earlier this year, and the most common thing we found that stopped people from having relationships were not very many places to meet new people. There might be groups and clubs to go to, but sometimes people don't have the support to go. Family and support workers can try and stop people from being in a relationship. Sometimes this happens on purpose, but sometimes it doesn't. Not enough money to go out and meet people, especially if people have to pay support staff to go with them, and people not knowing very much about sex and how to keep themselves safe. Have these things affected you? Or maybe that there are different things that have made it hard for you. Any comment you want to make, please feel free to, as Donnelly says, put it in the chat box.
The same. So the same research also showed the things that helped people to have relationships. And I mean, if we think about it, it's not really rocket science, is it? It's about people having the knowledge about relationships and sexuality, like John Paul just said there. It's the opposite side of that barrier. We need people need information. They need knowledge. It's really important to understand these things because that gives you the confidence to go out and to meet new people. And like we've talked about lots, it's about having a supportive circle around you. So whether that's your family, your friends, people who are paid to support you, whether it's an advocate, it's your social, it's your community, it's your network, it's where you are, it's who you see, it's who you do things with. And being recognised and respected as being an adult who has got rights, same rights as everyone else has got. And then having a life with opportunities to meet people and to form relationships. And obviously we've talked a lot about Dates and Mates. John Paul is a national director with Dates and Mates. If you're looking for an opportunity, if you're in Scotland, because obviously you could be watching from anywhere, we hope. But if you're in Scotland and you're looking for those new opportunities to meet people and you're not a member of Dates and Mates and you don't know an awful lot about Dates and Mates, then get in touch. Put something in the chat box, ask John Paul some questions, and he can fill you in about that.
Yep, so please think about the practical ways that your family and other supporters can help you to build relationships. Think about some of these barriers we talked about before and the things that people said helped them. We can all play a part Together, with support, freedom, choice, and a little imagination. So we hope you've all enjoyed myself and Donna Marie's presentation on the relationship kind of side of things.
Yeah, thanks for listening. And again, just to say, any questions, any comments, if you want to send us your email address and you want to get information from us, then please do that. Otherwise, we'll put it in the chat. The link to the Facebook page for the Life I Want, which is facebook.com/The Life I Want Glasgow, all running together. So you can do that too. And yeah, so thank you. I hope
Yes, John. Oh. Right, I'm just going to go on just now. I think John's going to need to go for a wee minute there. Can I just say that was a really brilliant presentation. I loved all the stories, obviously, and this is so close to my heart. We've been involved for years in trying to raise awareness around these issues, and we're involved in helping Traits and Mates come to Scotland way back, and so John is and I equally. So yeah, really great to hear that we're still working on it. Really sad that we need to. Anyway, we're just at the end, and if you have stayed for 4 hours and 42 minutes and 56 seconds all the way through, you are amazing. If you've dipped in and out and joined us at different points, then you're also amazing, and thank you so much for doing that. What I wanted to do is thank everybody really that's contributed today, all the films and presentation speakers, and also the music, which was brilliant. And I want to particularly thank David and Liam, who have been amazing, supporting us with all the technical stuff, which if I was expected to do that, then yeah, would have finished probably at 3 minutes. So awfully glad they're here. And obviously, we just wanted to finish, I think, with we're back tomorrow, and don't forget to check the programme. Check the programme for every day, but tomorrow we'll be back again at 3:30, and there'll be people, Clive and Michael are hosting tomorrow, so lots of variety tomorrow, lots of different inputs tomorrow. And yeah, we're going to finish with the song that we played at the beginning, We Are One by George. I get a bit confused about how to say his name, and I do apologise, George. George Borowski, I think. And happy birthday again to George, and thanks for letting us use the song. So thanks and good night. John, are you okay?
Yeah, what a time for a nosebleed, eh? Right at the very end.
Just say good night.
Good night.
Blathered away at them.
Yes.
So,
bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Breaking bread, helping hands, an open heart will understand. Keep the faith, so will I. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. Sun will rise, snow will fall. The wind will blow around us all. We'll cross the line, by and by. We are one with the star-filled sky. We'll cross the line, by and by.